Okay, ladies and gents, good afternoon from McGoldricks. This is the final day of the Jacoby Scottish Open. So, we have the home favourite, Jason Shaw. A lot of people here in Scotland are going to be hoping he is in the final at 8 o'clock tonight. And Victor Zielinski, it's a repeat of the first Scottish Open final back in 2023. So opening rack race to 10, of course. This is the last 16. The winner of tonight's event will have to win 4 matches in a row to be champion. Don't forget, single elimination at this stage. So once you lose, you lose. Great shot there from Shaw. Needs to watch the cue ball. Oh, and the 8 ball saved him. Puts his hand up in apology. It was a great cut. Of course, this is a brand new cloth that we have on this table, so they can slide in at the right pace. And after Mr. Shaw has solved that issue, here he is running out for 1-0. So thanks for joining us, folks, on the final day of the Jacoby Scottish Open. If you're watching us live on YouTube, give us a shout. Let us know who you think's going to win. And there it is. It's the first rack down, Mr. Jason Shaw. So, last 16. All these matches are last 16. Races to 10. A couple of games have got off to a flying start. So, Piers Labutis is 2-0 down to Ko Po Cheng. That's going to be a surprise, I think, if he comes through there. Dimitris Lukatos, 2-0 on Felix Vogel. I can't believe they're playing each other again. They played in the winners' qualification yesterday. Unbelievable, and Lukatos won that match, and they're playing again in the last 16. That's incredible. Aloysius Yap 2-0 down to Riku Rompinen. And Carlo Biado, who's... Sorry, our co-commentator Dave just came in there and he's fiddling with the wires. Yeah, Carlo Biado, probably one of the red-hot favourites to win this. He's 1-0 up in Claudio Cacci. Sanchez Ruiz is 1 up on Mickey Krause, and Cacci and Capito have just begun. And I mean excellent Cacci. Both Cacci's still in it, of course. Dave Black has joined us in the booth. Welcome, Dave.
Afternoon all.
Yeah, we just seen Jason Shaw running out there in the first rack. Let me draw your attention, Dave, and everyone else at home.
Yep.
The way that the last 16 draw has kind of worked itself out, it's top heavy. In the top half of the draw, Cacci, Capito, Krause, Sanchez Ruiz, Biado, the other Cacci, Shaw and Zielinski. So only one of that group are going to make the final.
Yeah, absolutely. Looking at the bottom half, I mean, there's still some great players there.
But in comparison, Dave, you've got Vogel, Cheng, Labutis, Lukatos, Rompinen.
I mean, Rompinen probably out of that lot.
John Mora is also... He's not playing yet, but John Mora... I mean, I think we've got a great chance of an outsider getting to the final today.
Yeah, my money is probably on Rompinen. The way he was playing yesterday...
He played great yesterday, didn't he?
Absolutely fantastic. Felix Vogel's been playing brilliant, well impressive all week. He has 2-0 down at the moment. But yeah, we'll see how he gets on. Very well done for making the last 16, young man.
And it's a decent draw for him in the last 16 as well. Okay, he did lose to Lukatos yesterday, but no offence to Dimitris Lukatos, but on paper he's one of the weaker players, I think, in the last 16. As Shaw misses that 3 to the middle, and that's an unforced error.
Yeah, this is a good chance for Zielinski here. He can see that 4.
And don't forget, in the last 16, we've got John Mora and Jan van Lierop. Their match has not yet been called. So yeah, a repeat of the final in 2023. Of course, Dave, I think you called the final that year.
Yes, that's right.
And it was a thriller, wasn't it?
Went all the way. Jason was miles behind, and I think it was when he changed his shaft. He changed the shaft and never missed a ball after that, and knocked off about 8 racks in a row or something. It's bizarre. He was well behind.
And remember, the atmosphere was unbelievable. And like I said just at the start, I really hope Shaw gets to the final, purely because he's obviously Scottish. I'm Scottish as well, but the atmosphere was incredible the first year that he got there.
Yeah.
We've got in the booth here, we've got an amazing setup here at McGoldrick's, the streaming booth as well. We've got about 1 million screens in front of us, and one of them is showing the football. It's a big Glasgow football match today, and Dave's attention is probably more on the football than it is on the pool.
No, not at all. I can see we're on the green. I mean, the 6.
Yeah, so you might hear some roars.
Yeah, you're going to hear a bit.
You'll hear some roars in the background, so you'll know that something's happening in the football.
You won't hear any from me. I'll keep myself to myself.
Jason himself is a big football fan, so I wonder if he's going to be half watching the match. In fact, I can actually see I'm watching him right now, and he's got a screen right in front of him, and he is watching the football right now as he's sitting in his chair, waiting on Zielinski running these out.
Yeah, as you can see him watching the football. Yeah.
So there we go. So Victor Zielinski takes that one away. It was an unforced error from Jason Shaw.
Ties up at 1-1. So FSR at the foot of your screen there. Table 11 up to 16. Is anyone on? Yeah, all tables are occupied at the moment. FSR 1-0 up on Mickey Krause. Looking to extend that lead. Robbie Capito trailing 1-0 to Eklund Cachi. Claudio Cachi is trailing 1-0 to Carlo Biado. Aloysius Shiap 2-2 with Ricky Rompen and Dimitris Lukatos 2-0 up on Felix Vogel, and Kupong Cheng 2-1 up on Piers Labutus.
And on the YouTube chat, folks, feel free to pop your comments in. We've had one of our regulars, Pro Level AVG, make a comment. 6 a.m. it is in Texas. This gentleman, I see him on his name on streams quite a lot. He absolutely loves pool. I say it's gentleman, it might not be.
That's good commitment.
This person loves pool, and he actually really follows the streams here in Scotland as well. So thanks for the support, and good to see that you're watching us at 6 a.m. in Texas. We've got a long day of pool here in Scotland. It's 12 o'clock over here, or just after 12. The final is scheduled for 8 o'clock UK time. So we've got a good solid 8 hours of pool today. It's a full day. The final day of the Jacoby Scottish Open. The cue ball was close there, but he's alright. But he's got a tester on this too. I think he's going to fire at this one though. He's got a relatively straightforward safety shot if he wanted to. He could knock the 2 off the top rail down to the bottom rail. The cue ball will float behind the 3. But Victor Zielinski is a very attacking player, so he's going to look to try and take this on, I would expect.
5 and 7 are the only real problem here. They would need to finish below the 5. I mean, he might be able to cut it in to the bottom right, but yeah, he's just having a little look at that just now. So cutting this back into the right hand pocket. No, it's just a safety.
Yeah, he has gone for the safety. He's relying on the 9 more than the 3, but it looks like he's got it. Played it well. I think that was the right shot, really. I think if he went for the 2 into the top left, there was a potential scratch. Getting on the 3 wasn't too easy.
I think he might be able to see an edge. Nice.
I still think Jason's watching the TV more than the table.
Yeah.
There's a TV literally in his eye line here.
Yeah, he's just.
I can see him glancing up every now.
Look up. Yeah. How good your eyes, Eagle Eye? Thinks he can just see an edge of this. I think he can. He'll come behind the 7 here. Oh, straight into the 7.
Where's it going to land? It's an unforced error again from Jason.
Yeah, that won't do it.
He needs to tighten up here. You can't afford to give these open tables to someone like Victor.
And so Jason, on that last shot there, he managed to split up that 7 ball from the, I think it was the 4. And it's looking very nice for Victor. A nice little angle here, just to punch up for the 6. There we go. Very nice. So Victor should be going in the lead here. Once he sinks these 3 balls, which I don't think he'll have any problems with. A little straight. Just draw that back. And that will be 2-1. And there it goes. Sinks a 9 ball. So Eclecatch is still 1-0 up on Robbie Capito. Mickey Krause 2-0 down on Francisco Sanchez Ruiz. Carlo Biado 1-0 up on Claudio Cache. And Aloysius Yap is now trailing 3 racks to 2 by Ricky Rompinen. Dimitris Lakatos 3-0 up on Felix Vogel. And Ko Po Cheng is 3-1 up on P.S. Labutis.
I don't know much about Ko Po Cheng, but he seems to be kind of coming out of nowhere. Yeah, he's kind of come out of nowhere. He almost lost his first match. He was hill with JJ Fall. I'm not really familiar with Ko Po Cheng, but clearly a very capable player. He's got to the final day. And a field like this, to get to day 5, you need to be of the highest level. Could that be a dark horse for today? So Zielinski to break off here. Nice break. The 2 is going to land. That's not bad. That's not bad. Might have to... He's got a couple of options. I mean, if he's going for the middle here with the 2, he'll need to put a bit of outside English to come up for the 3. He could actually go for the top left-hand pocket. I think this is the key shot. Yeah, he's got it in the middle, but he's taking a long pot on the 3, a long cut. And that's shown a lot of confidence in his own abilities here. No need to take an unnecessary risk with position. If you can pot as well as Zielinski does.
Just taking his time on this one. It's not a tricky cut, but it's missable. Doesn't have to do much with the cue ball for the 4.
Great shot. Look at that, heart of the pocket.
That'll do nicely.
What a player Zielinski is, and he's got a great chance of winning this tournament and also the UK Open next week. We're waiting for Zielinski to have that breakthrough win, but he's come close a few times. Did he get to, was it the semi-finals of the World Championship a couple of years ago? He got close in the World Championship. It was the one that was held in Poland. Might even have got to the final, actually.
Yeah, you'll be looking for a bit of payback here from his heartbreak in the first Scottish Open.
And Jason's not quite switched on yet. Zielinski's definitely looking the sharper of the two at the moment. Jason got to the semi-final last year, lost to Oscar Dominguez, the final winner. Now he's queuing over the 9. He's still going to be okay. But he definitely would rather have finished a little bit higher than that.
Just hampered a little by the 9.
Julian Roper watching it closely. Yep, no problem. Yeah, so I mean it's a race to 10. There's still plenty of pool left in this match, but Shaw needs to try and tighten up a little bit, because Zielinski is not going to miss much. There we go. 3-1 Victor Zielinski. Another mistake from Jason Shaw punished. Thank you for the comments on the chat, folks. We've got Shane Conroy has made a comment there. A very good English 9-ball player. He is the man who created Shark Rack as well, Shane. And we're using Shark Racks here at the Scottish Open. It's actually the same racks that we use in McGoldrick's just on a daily basis as well.
Yeah,
we use them for all of our
very good.
Yep. We use them for our Rasson tournaments. And also just for general practice. Brilliant, Shane. Yeah, there's been no problems at all with the Shark Racks. Everyone's been very happy. Can you remember the last time you had a bad rack from a Shark Rack?
I can remember the last time I had a bad break. No, listen, the Shark Racks are fantastic. Every ball's touching.
Yep.
You don't need to keep checking them. You put them on, you give them a little push. They're absolutely perfect.
By the way, I will say, and this might be a bit controversial, I actually do prefer the Shark Racks over the actual Magic Racks, the proper Magic Racks.
Yeah, Magic Racks they're too flimsy as well.
A bit too thin. You can see bends on them quite clearly, whereas the Shark Racks, they're quite thick plastic, but not too thick. So yeah, no, honestly, Shane, you've made a great rack there. And there's been no problems at all. In fact, Julian Roper had to cut one of the Shark Racks on day one. Dave, I think you'd witnessed that, didn't you?
He did, yeah. I got some photos of that. Yeah, it couldn't remove. I think it was a 2 and the 9 ball that was stuck in the middle of it. He couldn't get a marker in to lift one of the balls, so got a pair of scissors and cut the thing off. So yeah, a waste of a good Shark Rack. But we've got plenty here.
But that's a good thing about it. The material, you can do that if that's what you have to do. It's very rare. I've definitely never seen that happen before. And someone in the chat just pointed out that Kuo Chang was the finalist in the 2006 World Pool Masters. So thank you for that comment. That was just a little bit before my time. I started watching pool maybe about 2007, I would say. So I just missed that, which is why I probably am not too familiar with Kuo Chang. But yeah, clearly still very talented. So break off there from Zielinski. He made the 1, but obviously not a shot in the 2, so he's going to have to run for cover. And Jason's going to get back to the table. I mean, he could bank it. The bank does go. In the 3...
Yeah, he's going to give that a shot.
Yeah, he doesn't have to do much work on the 3. The thing is, like, no, he's gone safe. And it's a tight safe as well. It's not bad.
I mean, it's a one real escape, I think. Can he get past that 5 enough to just catch just under the centre pocket? quite tight. Has he brought a jump cue out? I think he has. Yeah, he's gone over this. Can he pop the 2 though? That's the thing.
It's kind of high risk, high reward, isn't it? I mean, he doesn't have to do much to get on the 3, but he's got the chance of leaving it if he doesn't quite make this jump. So where's it going to go? He's got a roll there.
I didn't think it went. The 9 was tracking towards the pocket there. Now this is tricky. He's kind of hampered a little bit.
Yeah, he's hampered in a big way. The good news is that the 3 is there. He really doesn't need to do much with the cue ball. He's going to put 100% into this 2 ball. I think you can just see the right hand side of the cue ball by the look of it. Okay, Victor, what are you going to do here, sir?
He's just going to
just gone for the ball.
No problems.
Yeah, great shot. Again, his cue ball's very loose there, but I really don't blame him because, you know, he really couldn't do much with it. And it's one of those pots where you just have to put everything into it. He's taking his medicine.
It's a difficult 3 here. I don't know if he'll take this on.
No, I'd be surprised. So thanks for joining us, folks, on the chat. We've got some good numbers considering it is only midday, and of course there is a very big football match happening in Glasgow right now as we speak. So yeah, appreciate you joining us, and feel free to give us a shout out if you're on the YouTube chat. Of course, we're also on WNT.tv. A bit of a shame to see Duong Kwok Wong leave the tournament yesterday. He was fantastic when it comes to the views, that's for sure. You'd see a very, very considerable spike in views when the Vietnamese #1 was playing.
Yeah, but what a match Rompinen had against him. Putting out the reigning champ.
Have you noticed the size of Rompinen now? He's gone from being like this small child. He's grown significantly. I think he... Oh, 9 ball. 9. Oh. That was close.
Yeah, that was pretty close. That's what he's went for, isn't it? It's absolutely what he's went for.
So here we are, chance for Jason Shaw, and he needs to take this. Getting the cue ball cleaned. Jason just taking a wee glance at the TV and seeing that there's been a goal in the Glasgow derby.
This might spur him on. Yeah, very good.
And I think all the hard work has been done. Dimitris Lukatos is off to a flyer against Felix Vogel, 4-0. And I'm guessing that the victory for Lukatos yesterday over Vogel to get to this stage, that must be playing on the mind of the young German. So Jason's running this one out then for 3-2. Give us a score prediction then, Dave. How do you think this game's going to end up?
I mean, I'm going to say Shaw. I'm going to say it's going to be a tight one again. I'm not sure if it'll be a repeat of the final 2 years ago, but it's certainly going to be tight. And I'm going to say I'm going to say 10-7 Shaw.
Interesting. And those of you on the chat as well, if you want to give us a wee shout with your prediction, who's going to win this one then, Shaw, or is it going to be revenge for Zielinski? I mean, Yap and Rompinen, they are getting on with it. 8 racks already. They only just started, 20 minutes ago? Half an hour ago?
Yeah, they're not hanging about at all. 4-4 there. Table 14. You can see Rompinen at the table at the moment.
The giant of Riku Rompinen.
And there's Mickey Krause at the foot of your screen. Table 11. This is a table that Elliot uses on a day-to-day basis. Yeah, Elliot unfortunately exiting the tournament yesterday at the hands of another man who's also out. You can't remember, can you?
I can see him in my mind. I know exactly who it is. I've just forgotten his name. Jonas Suto. There we go. Okay, so he's made... It's a great break here from Shaw. He's made the 1 on the side. He's got a shot on the 2. The problem is the cue ball is going to be moving into that 9. He could potentially use that 9 just to stop the path of the cue ball and play the 3 into the top right. Be interested to see what he does here. Julian's just bringing out that little device of his to remove the magic rack, the shark rack. And Dave is very happy because he's just been presented with a breakfast in the booth. So you're going to be hearing chomping noises for the next 30 minutes. So what's Shaw going to do with this 2? I would expect him just to run it through. Let the 9 on the 7 stop the path of the cue ball. With the cue ball being against the rail, it really limits the options. Okay, good shot. He's forced it through. He's a couple of bumps on that 7 and it's set up the 3 nicely for the middle. He had no choice other than to run into those 2 balls. It has worked out nicely. He's going to have to travel a bit with the cue ball now for the 4. He's jacking up quite significantly here. Oh, and that's caused him to miss it. I don't think Jason Shaw's quite switched on at this stage. Too many errors. And you can't do that against a player of Zielinski's quality. He has got away with it though. Zielinski can see a slight edge of this 3, but nothing dramatic. Alan Brown on the chat, nice to see you, sir. An absolute legend of Scottish 9 ball. It's a shame you've not been in the club this week, or I certainly haven't seen you in the club this week, Mr. Brown. While Mr. Zielinski is working out what he's going to do with this 3, I'm going to get an update on how the breakfast is from David Black. David, how's your breakfast in McGoldrick's?
It's early days, but yeah, it's wonderful so far.
Putting you on the spot a little bit there. The food at McGoldrick's is unbelievable, by the way. If you're in the area, if you're anywhere near Glasgow, this is where you've got to come. Okay, so a lot of right-hand side on this one. Off the rail, kick to 3, looking to go safe, but the 5's going to block it, and he's left a shot for Shaw. And that's a mistake from Zielinski. Okay, Jason, it's time. Time to turn it on. Nice draw. Needs to get past this 7 ball. Doesn't want to hit it. He has, and he's hooked. A little bit unlucky, I would say, that one. And the cue ball's gone. Jason Shaw in a little bit of trouble here. Fully expect Victor Zielinski to run these ones out. We have a potential comeback alert on the outside tables. Number 15, Vogel, has brought 2 back now against Lukatos. It's 4-2 Lukatos. It was 4-0 at one stage. So the 17-year-old is looking good. And Labutis has come back against Ko Po Cheng as well. It's 3-3. So the players that are left in the tournament at this stage, we've got the 2 Kachi brothers, Capito, Kraus, Sanchez Ruiz, Biado, Shaw Zielinski, Yap, Rompinen, Lukatos, Vogel, Labutis, Cheng, Mora and Van Lierop. One of those players are going to be a champion at the end of the day. I would say about 99% of the people inside McGoldrick's right now are going to hope that it's Jason Shaw, but he's got his work cut out for him. Some relatively straightforward runouts have been gifted to Victor Zielinski. And there it is, 4-2 to the man from Poland. Some oohs and ahs going up in the club as someone goes close in the football. I hope that doesn't put the players off. You know, you could have a player down on a key ball and then suddenly a roar's going to go up from the other side of the club. I don't think it is. These guys are dialed in. So Kachi, Eklund Kachi, 2-1 up on Robbie Capito. Mickey Kraus, as you can see right in front of you, is breaking 3-2 ahead against FSR. You can watch that match on Scottish Cuesports live streaming. Table number 11. There is no commentary on that one, so that might be a blessing for you. As the cue ball goes close for Kraus, he's alright. Biado is 3-1 down to Little Kachi. Aloysius Yap is at the table, and he's 4-5 behind. Or sorry, apologies, he's 5-4 up on Riku Rompinen. Lukatos, as I mentioned, 4-2 up on Vogel, and Labutis and Ko Po Cheng 3-3. John Mora and Jan van Lierop still to go on for their last 16 match. They're scheduled for 2 o'clock. Let's get an update on the breakfast from Dave Black.
Yummy.
It's nice to hear. Okay, Victor Zielinski breaking off, 4-2 ahead. 2 balls off the break. The 2 ball's going to come round. I think he's got a chance. Oh, and the 7 ball just settles right in front of that pocket. And for Jason Shaw and his fans, they'll be happy to see that. It is a relatively straightforward 2-7 combination. If he's going to take on the 2-7 combination, the problem is he's going to have to draw back for the 3. It means there's a wee bit extra power going into the stroke, which makes then the 7 ball a lot more missable. You might see him go safe. Zielinski's in control of this game at the moment, so he doesn't want to give anything back, and he knows how dangerous Jason Shaw is. Even though he's not at his 100% best right now, he's still very dangerous. He's going to go safe here, Zielinski. 2 on the top rail. And he's left a half shot here for Shaw. The touch off the knuckle there, costing Zielinski. Now Shaw's going to have to avoid quite a few balls here to come down for the 3. Position is not straightforward. And that's why he's gone safe. The touch off the 3 has released the 2 ball into the open. He's not got a pot, Zielinski. Got a gentleman on the chat asking when Catchy plays. Both Catchies are currently playing. So Eklund is 2-1 up on Robbie Capito. And the brother is 3-2 ahead of Biado. It's a shame that the Catchies are on the same side of the draw. It would have been nice to have a Catchy final. Very interesting. But as I mentioned earlier on, the draw, the last 16 draw is very top heavy. Aside from Aloysius Yap, everyone in the bottom half of the last 16, I would say they're relative outsiders at the start of the tournament. Maybe Labutus actually. And Dave has just finished his breakfast.
Amazing.
And there you have it. The vote of approval from Mr. Black. The breakfast here at McGoldrick's is amazing. And that is an unbelievable shot there from Jason Shaw. He's made the 2 off the 9. It's gone heart of the pocket. And of course, a stop shot, he's got a shot on the 3 ball. That's a great shot. And he's just avoided that 9. If he bumped into that 9, he was going to be in trouble. And suddenly Shaw's got a great opportunity now to get one more back. He's landed straight on the 7, but that's all right. Dave, you missed it because you were just finishing off your breakfast there, but Jason Shaw just played an unbelievable shot on the 3. Literally put it full ball contact into the 9 to make the 3 into the corner. Yeah. It was absolutely incredible.
Yeah, I was finishing off my incredible breakfast. That was delicious. I've been looking forward to that breakfast for a long time, and I keep putting it off because I always get a hot dog or a burger, but I thought, I'll get the breakfast this time. Amazing.
Thanks for that roundup, Dave, of your breakfast. So let's get to the scores here.
Yes, we'll have a wee round up his scores. Eklund Catchy is 2-2 with Robbie Capito. Francisco Sanchez Ruiz 3-2 down to Mickey Kraus. Mickey at the table there, table 11. Claudio Catchy 3-2 up on Carlo Biado. Carlo is at the table, however. Ricky Rompinen trails 5-4 to Aloysius Yap. Demetrius Lukatos 5-2 up on Felix Vogel. And Kupu Cheng is 3-3 with Piers Labutus.
Lovely shot from Kraus there. Combination. 8 and 9 in the same one.
Eklund on table 12 here, just to 7-8-9 to take down.
I think Catchy's going to win this, by the way. Putting it out there, Catchy looks super solid, and I mean Eklund Catchy.
Yeah, he has looked good this week.
If Jason Shaw's not going to win this, I think it's going to be Eklund Catchy. It's absolutely unbelievable the amount of world-class superstars are on the top half of the draw. Catchy, Capito, Kraus, Sanchez Ruiz, Biado, Shaw, Zielinski. They're all superstars. He's made the 1. Where's the 2 going to land? He's going to have a shot in the 2 unless the 6 gets in the way. Well. It's close. Can he cut this 2 in? I think he can. And the 3 definitely passes the 4. bit clustered around about the middle of the table. Yeah, good shot there from Shaw. So he's going to have a little tough one here on the 3. It's not that bad, actually. If he makes this 3, comes back out to centre table, look at the 4. It isn't quite as clustered as it looks. He's going to have to pull off a good one here, though. Yeah, it was a tester. Big tester.
I thought he was going up for a safety there, but he's taking the pot on, very attacking.
But it's the 3rd miss from Jason Shaw so far. We've seen Zielinski take advantage of every mistake so far, and he's got a chance to extend his lead.
He's just checking. Is he checking if that 5 goes through between the... Doesn't have to take the 5 that way. He can take the 5 down. Well, he can. He's going to have to put it in the middle now.
Yeah, I think so. Just use that 7 to stop the cue ball.
Yeah.
I would personally go middle. I think just needs to roll the 4 in here. 7 will stop the cue ball.
Very tight in the middle from that angle. I think he may just go up table. Well, I mean, it's lined up nicely for the
the
middle.
7 needs to stop, and it has just in time. Any harder on that 7 was going to ruin his life.
I mean, from there, that looks like an easy shot in the middle. It looks like
Yeah,
his
it's
middle
not. Yep.
pocket is gone for.
And it looks like it's going to be another mistake capitalised on by Zielinski.
Clear view through there.
Yeah, just a reminder, we've got a big football match in Glasgow right now, so you'll hear some shouts and screams. And you'll know when someone scored a goal because it'll be a very loud scream. So straightforward run out here from Victor Zielinski to take a 5-3 lead over Jason Shaw. Could today be the day? Yes. Could today be the day that Victor Zielinski takes down a big WNT event? And a big cheer just went up in the club there as a goal went in the football. Just as Zielinski was on the 9, but he didn't let that put him off. Quite a crowd is gathered here in McGoldrick's, considering it's only lunchtime. (5-5) between the Yap and Rompinen. That match is going to go all the way. Every match is tight. Lukatos and Vogel potentially not. 5-2 to Lukatos, but everything else is either level or within a rack. You can follow the live scores. We keep you up to date between every rack anyway, but you can follow the live scores of the last 16 here at the Scottish Open on Cuescore. You search for WNT Scottish Open. As I mentioned earlier on, we're at the last 16 stage. The losers are going home. Or on their way to Telford, of course, the UK Open next week. Dave, can you believe that it's the last day already?
Nah, it's
day 5. Unbelievable.
It's absolutely flown in.
5 days of pool. It actually feels like it just started yesterday. You and I called the first match on the stream.
Yeah, that's right.
It only feels like yesterday.
Wednesday it started. Wednesday, Thursday, Friday. Felt like quite long days. Saturday was a really short day. I mean, Friday was a marathon. But yeah, today we're here till I think the final's 8 o'clock UK time. So
yep, it's a long day. And whoever's going to win the tournament today has to win 4 matches. So they will be absolutely exhausted, but what a warm-up it will be for the UK Open next week.
Yeah, absolutely.
Starts on Tuesday, of course, though the practice day is tomorrow. Dave, your UK Open starts on Tuesday. You play against Carlo Biado.
Yes, that's right.
And Biado currently is on the table and he's 3-3 with Claudio Cacci. My UK Open starts the day later, where I start on the Wednesday.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to it. You know, it's always a good week.
It is. It is always a brilliant week. Tickets are still on sale if you're in the local area and you want to watch world-class pool. What a lot of people don't realise at the pool events, the open events, is you're not just like at the snooker where you're sitting in your seat and that's it. You can move about the tables. There's 24 tables they have at the open event, something like that. You've got 2 stream tables with seating areas, and all the other tables have got seats around them. And you can just literally catch a couple of racks here, a couple of racks there. It's an amazing setup at the open events. Get yourself down to Telford. Of course, Barry Hearn, the chairman of Matchroom, is taking part as well. He was in the US Open last year. But he's playing Kraus in the first round, isn't he, Barry Hearn? So that's going to be a hard one.
Yeah, I could see Kraus taking that one down by quite a bit.
And by the way, talking about the UK Open matchups, something that a lot of our international viewers might not realise is that there is a British grudge match taking place in the first round. Elliot Sanderson, who is the house pro here at McGoldrick's, is playing Adam Smith, who's one of the top British players. Those guys have a big rivalry, and we were all delighted to see them matching up in the first round.
It's going to be a good one to watch.
The good news is, Dave, our matches, they do not clash with that one, so we're going to be able to watch it. So here we go, Zielinski running out here. He hasn't really made any mistakes, has he, Victor Zielinski? He's played a super solid match.
Yeah, Jason's going to have to really up his game here.
Yeah, Jason just hasn't quite been at his best.
It's finding he's selling a wee bit of bother. I don't think he'll panic yet.
I think if he loses the next rack, maybe the next 2 racks, I think he's going to be in trouble.
Just needs to take his chances, you know, better than what he has. Stop making unforced mistakes.
Yeah, there's been a few. Victor Zielinski is on fire.
Eklund Katche is 3-2 up on Robbie Capito. So on table 12. On table 11 here, Mickey Kraus, 5-2 up on Francisco Sanchez Ruiz. So giving FSR a run for his money. It looks like he's going to go 6-2 up. Carlo Biado 3-3 with Claudio Cacci. Enrique Rompunen is now 6-5 down to Aloysius Yap. Dimitris Lakatos 6-2 up on Felix Vogel, and P.S. Labutus trails Kupo Cheng 4 racks to 3.
So here we are, this is the Jacoby Scottish Open. We've had some great stories over the course of the week. Of course, last year, the last Scottish Open, we seen an amazing result with local player David Kadir taking down Niels Fyen. We haven't quite seen that this year, but we got close. We had local player Matthew Wrigley having a close one against Carlo Biado on day 1. And that would have been an incredible result. Biado just coming through. So Zielinski breaks off. So he's got an open shot in the 2. He has got a cut on the 2 here. His cue ball's going to have to travel. And the next question is, does the 4 pass the 3? And And I think if Victor Zielinski takes this rack, Jason Shaw's in big trouble. We've not seen Zielinski make any mistakes yet, and I don't think he's going to make one here. That's the key shot there. He's played it very well. Does the 4 pass the 8 into the top left-hand pocket? The good thing is he's got plenty of angle on this 3, so he can land elsewhere if he has to. He's just looking to see if it passes now. I think it can. I think he can just catch the rail at a slow pace, and it should drop. He does need to think about his position on the 5, though.
Well, still a wee bit of work to do here. Don't think that 4's going past the 8. Very, very tight.
Okay, so that tells us the 4 does pass the 8.
I don't know.
I mean, he does have a safety, a lock-up safety, if he wants. But he is looking at his shape on the 5, so it does pass. He might just need to catch a little bit of this side rail. Just run through a little bit for this 5. Yeah, he's okay. Remember, this is a slick, brand new cloth. So the pockets do play slightly bigger than normal. He does look a bit straight in this 5, though. I think he's got the wrong angle. His cue ball is going to be running into the 7. He might just play a stop shot here and just take on the long 6.
Yeah, that's exactly what he's doing. I mean, he's got a nice path back to the 7 and shouldn't have any problems here.
No, I wouldn't expect so. We haven't seen Zielinski miss any balls yet. I think if there was ever a chance he was going to miss, it's going to be here.
So he's digging right into this with 2 or 3 rails.
Yeah, great shot. Needs to watch the cue ball though. Needs the cue ball to slow down. It's okay. Doesn't want to be straight.
He's fine there. He's got a wee angle. Probably just push through for the 8 into the bottom left.
It's a great shot from Zielinski. He is on fire. He hasn't made any mistakes in this match yet.
That'll do nicely there. He's so confident. He's going to take this down. That's going to be the 7 that I predicted. Don't know if Jason's going to get to 10 though. Jason may start worrying now.
Yeah, I think our hometown hero is in trouble.
And there it is. 7 racks to 3 for Victor Zielinski over Jason Shaw. There's Mickey Krause breaking on table number 11. And here's currently 7 racks to 2 up over FSR. Eklik Kachi 3-2 up. That's 3-3 now. Robbie Capito. And Carlo Biado 5-3 down to Claudio Cacci. Ricky Rompanen's now trailing 7 racks to 5 against Aloysius Yap. Dimitri Lukatos 6-2 up on Felix Vogel. Piers Labutas, Ku Po Cheng is 4-4.
Yeah, the Yap Rompinen match has slowed down a little bit. They got off to a flyer. They went through 8 racks in no time at all, but it has slowed down significantly. But yeah, FSR is probably in the biggest amount of trouble out of anyone in the last 16 at the moment. Every time I look up at table 11, Krause is at the table. Let's not forget you can watch that match on Scottish Cuesports live streaming, table 11, if you wanted to see Mickey Krause. Currently steamrolling through FSR. FSR hasn't looked at his best this week, Dave, would you agree?
Yeah, definitely agree.
And in fact, actually, recently, he hasn't been doing a whole lot in the WNT.
No, I mean, Elliot had a good win against him very recently. That was 10-9. Was that the Helsinki?
It was.
Yeah, I mean, 10-9, very close, but what a result that was for Elliot. I expected him to do more this week. Wasn't to be.
And what a break this is from Victor Zielinski.
I maybe hampered a little here.
He's hampered. It's a little bit clustered as well where that 3 ball is.
Yeah, absolutely. How does he get back? How does he get back for the 3? Because it doesn't go in the bottom left.
There's
So
a potential 3-8 combination if he wants it. He's
looking at 3-9.
interesting. Yeah, the 9 does go past the 5. I mean, look, if you're going to be taking on a combination, you might as well take on that one, right? I think the 3-9 is probably easier than the 3-8.
Yeah,
Either way, he's going to have
right
to land
behind it.
perfect.
Yep. Which I'm sure he will. Or not. Yeah, it's the 3-8 that he's gone for here.
But he's off it though. He's
3-8 or 3-6.
He's absolutely not dead set for this.
Could take on the 3-6 here. I think that's maybe the easier shot.
So is he going to go aggressive here? Yeah, he's used the 9 as a blocker. It's a good shot. And Shaw's in trouble. It's a straightforward kick, but where is he going to leave this 3?
Looks like it's just come off the 1 rail there. The
Cue ball.
Scratch. Yeah, that's a disaster. So, yeah, another unforced... Oh, I wouldn't say an unforced error there. It is another error by Jason. But expected them to get a good contact on that and get it safe.
And the thing is that the toughest shot in this rack is the 4 ball, getting on the 4, and he's given him the perfect opportunity with ball in hand.
Yeah, definitely.
And there you have it.
Just watch.
Taking the 8 off the rail.
there.
Well, not quite.
Just rolled it up a wee bit further.
So that 8 might come into things a little bit later on.
It's an easy 5 here.
If that 8 is frozen to the rail, he's going to have to take it into the bottom left-hand pocket.
Yeah, that's the shot after the 7. That's going to be the natural shot.
Yeah, with this, where the 7 is, it makes it quite simple. Yeah, I don't see any problems here. Well, there's a lot of people who've turned up to McGoldrick's today hoping to see a Shaw victory. I have a feeling they're going to be left disappointed at lunchtime.
Don't forget, though, 2 years ago, in the first Scottish Open, in the final where Victor went well ahead.
He's overrun this. He could maybe just use a little bit of outside spin just to try and slow this cue ball down. That's what he's going to do. He's hit it with authority. He's coming back across. It's not got the pace.
Yeah, that's not good enough.
He's going to have to pull off a big one here. The thing is, the way that Zielinski's playing today, I think he's still going to make this.
Hasn't been missing much.
This is probably the toughest test he's had today.
He's made it.
Yep,
It's a great shot.
Again, he's got another tester on this 9. His cue ball wasn't perfect. But once again, the way he's playing, I fully expect him to make it. The Shaw fans are on the edge of their seat at this moment. He's missed it. It's a big chance now for Jason Shaw. He needed that miss to happen. Can he take full advantage now? He has to.
Yeah, he's potted harder balls than that.
And suddenly McGoldrick's has come to life here. Jason Shaw's friends and families and fans are cheering for him.
Yeah, that's certainly going to spur him on a bit. 7-4 it is now.
What a massive rack that was, by the way.
Huge.
8-3 and 7-4 on one missed 9 ball.
And there's Mickey Krause on table 11. He is 8-2 up on FSR. Carlo Beado is now trailing 6-3 to Claudio Cacci.
That's good news for you, Dave.
Yeah, well, yeah. I'd love to get 6 racks off Carlo Beado. We'll see how things pan out. Dimitris Lakatos 7-2 up on Felix Vogel. Piers Labutis is taking the lead over Kupo Cheng 5-4. And Riku Rompinen still trailing Aloysius Yap 7 racks to 5. So things not moving on quickly on that.
Yeah,
match.
got a couple of comments in the chat there just saying that they felt like it was a skid that that Zielinski got, and do you know what? I think they're right. Just looking at the revolutions on the 9-ball, it did actually look like a skid. I think they're absolutely right. It was a hard pot anyway, so even if it wasn't a skid, you can't really blame him for missing it.
Yeah, it was a hard pot. Not as hard as that 8-ball, I don't think, but yeah, he's potted harder balls than I expected them to get it. But however, Jason's taking the rack and he is breaking.
Oh, the cue ball's going close here. He's okay.
Well,
is the 4 going to knock it in?
The
It
4's
has.
knocked it in. That is incredible bad luck.
It's happened a couple of times to Jason. He's. I mean, let's not forget when he made a great long shot, drew the ball back, and froze himself against the 7. It does seem like the luck is against him here, and suddenly the momentum of Jason Shaw has been brought to a halt. I don't see any issues here for Zielinski. I think it would have been fantastic to see Jason take advantage of that mistake and run a few. But that's 9-ball. If you know 9-ball, you know that sometimes if the table works against you, it works against you. You just have to accept it. I don't think Zielinski would have expected to have a shot quite as early as this. Yeah, no problems at all here for Zielinski. Running through this rack with no problem. Little shake of the head because he's up against the rail here, but this is going to be no issues whatsoever. And the momentum of Jason Shaw has been stopped in its tracks. That is 8-4. Two away from knocking out the home favourite, Victor Zielinski. So, thank you very much for your comments on watching on the live stream on Scottish Cuesports live streaming. Andy Gallagher, great to have you in the club yesterday, enjoying the Scottish Open in person. And if you're in the area today, pop in. It's free entry. You can watch the best pool players in the world play right in front of your eyes for free. Oh, the cue ball could go here from FSR. And I think FSR is about to pack his case, because Mickey Krause is 8-2 up and he's got ball in hand now for 9-2. And Jack McGee on the chat, a legend of Edinburgh Pool. Thanks for joining us. So this is the last 16 stage. We've still got plenty of pool to come. A full day of top-class 9-ball pool here at the Scottish Open. We're going to bring you quarter-finals next at 2 o'clock, followed by semis and then the final. Looking roughly for the final to be on about 8 p.m. UK time. Might bring it forward just depending on how the progress of the tournament goes. So we're looking like Kraus and Yap are on their way to win. And so too is Viktor Zielinski. A great break. Oh, it's a brilliant break. It's almost perfect. That is the best break of the week. And it's now looking like it's going to be 9-4. Absolutely no issues whatsoever. Everything is wide in the open. We thought we had a comeback on our hands after that miss/kick from Zielinski on the 9. But it looks like Zielinski is going to get revenge here. To be fair, he's earned it. He's got, obviously the table's gone against Shaw a little bit. But Zielinski's played perfect. Aside from that missed 9, which, as we mentioned earlier, it might have been a skid as well, so it might not even have been a miss, really. Zielinski has played perfect. So you need to tip your hat. And for me, if Zielinski does go through, I think he's going to win this tournament. Yeah, the atmosphere's just gone a little bit flat. No surprises, really. Everyone here wanting Jason to do well. Oh, he's straight. He's left it straight. And that's probably the first unforced error we've seen Zielinski make. Is there the slightest angle? Could he potentially push it through? That's what he's looking at right now. He might have to play the stop shot and play a long 9, shooting off the rail. I think there's a little bit of angle. There is. This is still a tester though. But Zielinski has been shooting lights out so far. Oh, wow. And the slide on the brand new cloth has come to the rescue of Viktor Zielinski there. He is on the hill. And this man is looking to get to the hill. This is Mickey Kraus. In fact, he's on the hill already. He's looking for the win. He's 9-2 ahead of FSR. And you cannot see Kraus missing these. So Aloysius Yap is also on the hill. He's 9-5 ahead of Riku Rompinen. Rompinen's had a great tournament, but it looks like it's just a step too far. Another young star is also in trouble, Felix Vogel. He's 7-4 behind, but he was 4-0 down at one stage. So he's done well to bring that back. In fact, it's now 8-4 to Lukatos, so Vogel's in trouble. But the other young kid, Cledio Caci, 7-3 on Carlo Biado. The other Caci is 4-3 behind to Robbie Capito. So it's getting to the interesting stage of these last 16 matches. So here we go. Zielinski looking to win this match. 1 in the side. Is he going to have a shot in the 2? He does. He's been breaking fantastic in this match. Jason Shaw, nothing he can do. He's just going to have to sit in his seat and just wait and hope that something is going to get in the way. But Zielinski has barely made a mistake in this match. He's been outstanding. The 4 is the biggest problem here, and he's looking at trying to solve that right now. So yeah, he does have the cut on it there. He's going to have to land perfect though. He looks a bit straight in this 3. His body language is not very positive at this stage. It just shows how much of a perfectionist Zielinski is, because he's played outstanding in this match. But because he's got that one shot a little bit wrong, he looks quite negative. He shouldn't be. But of course he knows how good Jason Shaw is, and he knows that one mistake is enough for him to come back. We haven't seen vintage Jason Shaw in this match today, unfortunately. Oh, he's played that so well. That's almost perfect. What a shot from Zielinski. Judged it to perfection. And suddenly the likelihood of Jason getting back to the table is becoming less and less. We have had a result in the last 16. Mickey Krause is the first player into the quarterfinals. FSR is out. If there's going to be a mistake and a chance for Jason Shaw to get back into this match, it's going to come here. A relatively blind cut into the bottom left, although for someone like Zielinski it is quite straightforward. Getting position on the 6, however, there's a couple of blocks in the road. And he's fine. Hit it with bottom and it's come across. And it looks like this one's over. In a repeat of the first Scottish Open final in 2023, Viktor Zielinski has come looking for revenge, and he's going to get it. And unfortunately the Scottish crowd here in McGoldrick's are going to be disappointed. The good news is Jason Shaw, of course, is going to be on his way to Telford, the next WNT major event for the UK Open. And hopefully we'll see him take that one down. But today is Viktor Zielinski's day. He has played lights out, and he's got a great chance of winning the Scottish Open. Congratulations to Zielinski. Revenge on Shaw. And the home favourite Shaw is unfortunately out of the Scottish Open. So we've got 2 quarter-finalists confirmed. Mickey Krause and now Viktor Zielinski. Aloysius Yap is about to join them in the quarterfinals. He is 9-5 on Riku Rompinen. Dimitris Lukatos, he is the big shock in this tournament this year. 8-4 ahead on Vogel. Labutus and Cheng 6-5 to Labutus. Claudio Cacci is 7-3 on Carlo Biado. We could see a matchup between the Cacci brothers in the quarterfinals. That could be fascinating. But Capito at the moment is getting in the way of that because he is 4-3 up on Ekont Cacci. Actually, sorry, I made an error there. It won't be the Cacci brothers in the quarterfinals. It's just the way that our screens are set up here. The winner of Ekont's match will play Mickey Krause. And Riku Rompinen, unfortunately, is on his way to Telford. He is out. He's had a great tournament, Riku Rompinen, but Aloysius Yap has come through. Probably the strongest player in the bottom half of the draw. Aloysius Yap.
Match scheduled for table 14 will be John Morrow and Jean Verleiro.
Okay. So we're just watching the outside tables here. The last 16 stage of the Jacoby Scottish Open. We have already seen Mickey Krause, Victor Zielinski and Aloysius Yap make their way to the quarterfinals. Everyone else, they want to join them. So, let me give you a score update. Number 12, we're looking at Ekont Kachi and Robbie Capito. It's 5-4 to Kachi. Next table up is Carlo Biado. He's 5-7 behind to Cledio Kachi. Jan van Lierop is having his warm-up rack. He's just been called against John Mora.
Yeah, John Mora's just arrived about 2 minutes ago. Just perfect timing.
And the next one over is the interesting one. It's Lukatos against Vogel for the second time in the space of 2 days they're facing off. Lukatos was 4-0 up. Vogel has done really well to stay in it, but he's 8-5 behind.
Yeah, he's still definitely very much in this match, I think.
Lukatos, the surprise package of the Scottish Open.
Although Lukatos is at the table at the moment. They're away up on table 15.
And there you can see Piers Labutus right at the very back of the club. He is on the 5 ball against Ko Po Cheng, 7-5 ahead. So Dave, looking at we mentioned earlier on the second half, the bottom half of the draw, it's definitely not weak, but it's weaker compared to the top. If you had a favourite out of Yap, Lukatos, Vogel, Labutus, Cheng, Mora and Van Lierop to get to the final, who would you expect to see?
Probably John Mora. Out of that lot, I'd like to see Felix Vogel go further. He's been well impressive.
And you think Mora's the favourite out of that list? I think it's got to be Aloysius Yap, surely. I think Yap is... I mean, the guys are obviously top level, but I think Yap is a level above. And looking at the way that he dispatched Riku Rompen in 10-5, I think we're going to see Yap in the final today. And then on the top half, it's a considerably stronger top half of the draw. We've got the Kachi brothers, Mickey Krause and Victor Zielinski. Hard one to call. I called earlier on today, I think it's going to be Ekont Kachi in the final. I'm going to call a Kachi Yap final.
No, the Kachis are ahead. Cledio's 7-5 up on Carlo Biado at the moment, and Eklund 5-4 up on Robbie Capito.
Who do you expect the final to be, using your professional opinion?
Well, I mean, I did think Shaw, but yeah, that's out the window now. Victor Zielinski.
I think Zielinski's playing brilliant. I think Zielinski's going to win the tournament.
Eklund.
I did say initially Ekont Kachi's going to go through, but yeah, I forgot Zielinski's there. I think Zielinski, if he plays the way he did there against Jason, I think he's winning this tournament. No one's beating him.
Well, Mickey Krause has just destroyed FSR. Yeah, but like I say, FSR's not been on his game of late. That's a huge defeat, though.
And that could be a semi-final match, Krause against Zielinski. I think the dream final for me, looking at who's left, the dream final for me, I would have said Riku Rompen actually, but of course he's now out. Yeah, John Mora in the final. I think that would be great to see. I will be honest and say that John Mora is a terrific guy and a terrific player. I think if we had an Ekont Kachi John Mora final, it might not be done until about 2 in the morning. With the greatest of respect, they are slightly slow, but of course very talented. Yeah, a couple of comments in the chat, and keep your chats coming through, folks. Those of you that are watching us on Scottish Cuesports live streaming on YouTube, it's good that you're staying with us after the conclusion of the the Zielinski-Shaw match. Obviously watching the outside tables here. Vogel versus Cledio, yeah, I mean that of course would be unbelievable. The two juniors facing one another. Vogel's in trouble. I think Cledio Catch is looking fantastic, but yeah, Vogel is in quite a bit of trouble. He's 8-5 down to Lukatos, but he's had a great tournament, Jan Felix Vogel. It's amazing that he's playing in the Jason Shaw Junior Open next week, as opposed to the actual. Is he playing in the main event, Felix Vogel? I would expect he would be.
I would think he would be, yeah, absolutely.
Someone saying Mickey Mouse for the win. He looks it. I played Mickey Kraus in Germany a couple of years ago, and I have to say he's improved. It was 2023, I think I played Kraus. 2022 maybe. And he's like two different players. I got a couple racks off him that day, but I think I'd struggle to get a rack off him nowadays.
Yeah, he's coming leaps and bounds. His European win, was it last year? Year before?
Yeah, it was last year, yeah. Getting on the Reyes Cup and the Mosconi Cup as well. Really, really breaking through last year in a big way.
Very much so. And he's impressing here this week in Glasgow at the WNT Jacoby Scottish Open at McGoldrick's Pool and Sports Bar.
Yeah, we're going to have a new winner this year. Our two ex-champions are gone. Duong Kwok Wong dropped yesterday, and Jason Shaw dropped about 10 minutes ago.
Not sure if the Mora Van Leerop match has started, or if is he just having a practice rack? I think he's having a practice rack. Yeah, I think this match is live.
I was going to say it was a good save there from Catchy, but it's not. He's left the 4 over the pocket. 5-4 ahead on Capito, UK Open champion.
Yeah, Vogel's pulled another one back against Lukatos. That's now 8-6.
Yeah, they're just taking a wee time out there, Lukatos and Vogel.
So Van Leerop on the 9. And that will be 1-0 against John Mora.
Did Jan Van Leerop play the Scottish Open last year? I don't recall.
I'm not sure.
I don't think he did. He's always lived in the shadow of the likes of Niels and Mark Bijsterbosch. Yeah, we're thinking that that was the practice rack, the Van Leerop. It was, yeah. I feel as if they've been practicing for the last half an hour. I think when it comes to surprises here at the Scottish Open, I think the biggest surprise winner for me is going to be Dimitrios Lukatos, I would say.
Yeah, that was a practice track. Yeah, you're right. Getting ourselves excited there. But like you say, they have been practicing for a bit. I mean, John Morris just in the door 10 minutes ago, so left it very late.
Has John Morris switched back to his old arm?
He has, yes.
That's amazing.
Yeah, he's now playing right-handed.
He definitely looks a lot steadier on the shot with his right hand.
I mean, he always broke with his right hand anyway, even after his injury, you know, when he did switch to the left, he always broke with the right.
He definitely looks more assured on the shot. As you can see there, Robbie Capito taking that one away against Ekland Kachi 5-5. And you can watch that, of course, on table number 11, which is the second stream that we have on Scottish Cuesports live streaming. Piers Labutus 7-6 up on Kuo Cheng. That's just a grind, that match. That's an absolute grind.
Yeah, I mean, the Ekland Kachi match, that's a bit of a grind as well. That's it's been going on for ages. Well, I mean, it's been going on the same time as the rest of them there, but they are a lot further ahead than the Capito Kachi match.
So, Mr. Black, as we're watching the last 16 matches here, UK Open next week. You're playing Carlo Biado in the first round. Can't wait for that one.
Yeah.
How are you feeling ahead of that match?
I'll just take it as it comes. I've no real expectations. I'm just going to go along, enjoy myself. That's a holiday for me. I'll take a few snaps as well while I'm there. No rest for the wicked.
Give me a score prediction. How many do you think you're going to get off of Biado? Come
What's
on.
that, a race to?
It could be a race to 50. I think you'll be lucky to get two. But no. I mean, I don't mean that. I mean, if Matthew Wrigley can get 7 off of him, then you can get a couple. That was the closest we had to a home upset.
Yeah, so
That was almost a big result on day one, but unfortunately Wrigley couldn't quite get the job done. But a terrific effort anyway, and setting him up nicely for the UK Open next week. Quite a lot of McGoldrick's representatives at the UK Open. So you've got yourself, Dave, who's playing Carlo Biado and playing JJ Fall. Matthew Wrigley is playing against Marco Chuchar. That'll be a very interesting match. Stevie Capaldi is playing a person from Finland, I believe. I'm not entirely sure who they are. Fraser Patrick, probably our best hope. He's playing Long Duc Tin from Vietnam. Very interested to see the progress of Mr. Patrick. We've seen him on day one play Jason Shaw on the TV table. A couple of scratches, unfortunately, from Fraser, but I felt like that was a possibly winnable match. Also got Frank Hughes, who was supposed to be playing Johan Chua in the first round, but unfortunately Chua pulled out today, so we're not entirely sure of Frank's situation at the moment. Potentially might get a bye. David Kadir, who beat Niels Fine here at the Scottish Open last year. He is playing Al-Wadi in the first round. So yeah, a lot of McGoldrick's representatives at the UK Open next week. Cannot wait.
Yeah, to answer your question, G.
You've had a bit of time to think about it, Dave. How many racks are you taking off of Carlo Biado?
I would like to take more than I got off Kachi.
You played Kachi in 2023.
Yeah.
An infamous match because of Kachi's 5 railer with ball in hand. A bit of a disrespectful one. Kachi himself has apologised since.
Yeah, he's all good.
You guys had a bit of a fallout there, and you actually had a wee chat with him yesterday at the Scottish Open as well, didn't you? So
I wouldn't say a fallout, but yeah, it was an interesting situation. But
if anyone
we
hasn't,
had a chat. We had a chat the other day. So
if you haven't seen it, have a little look at I think the match will be on YouTube. Ekland Kachi against David Black.
yeah, don't watch that match.
What was the score when he tried the 5 railer against you?
I think he was 7-1 up at the time. Yeah.
Yeah, 7-1 up. So have a little look. It won't be hard to find, but basically Dave tries a ridiculous jump shot, which is what he does normally. No surprise, he missed it. He's a very good jumper, but this was a crazy, crazy shot that he took on. I mean, you actually need to look at the clip just to see the jump shot that he attempted. It was insane.
It was a jump swerve. You know, I was trying to put side in it so when it landed, it would come round whatever ball it was, and because the ball I was going for was right over the pocket. I think it was a 6 ball.
It was.
Yeah.
It's a shame that we can't actually get
enough
like a browser on this screen so we can actually show you the clip. That'd be amazing. But yeah, basically Catchy's got ball in hand with the 6 ball in the pocket itself, and instead of just running out the balls, he puts the cue ball centre table and hits 5 rails to try and make the 6. It is an act of disrespect, let's be honest, and he missed it by some way. To be fair to Dave, he then, with ball in hand, took away the rack, and that was lovely. But yeah, interesting moment. Anyway, how many racks did you take? You took 2 off of Catchy, didn't you, at the UK Open? So you're hoping to go for 3. Well, the problem for you and I is we haven't played pool in quite a while because the tables are obviously on for the Scottish Open.
Yeah, I've not played in a week.
We're going in completely cold, which is not great for us, but we're talented, Dave. We'll get through it.
Yeah, we'll do our very best. I'm just looking forward to it.
So Lukatos and Vogel is still 8-6 to Lukatos. Labutis 7-6 on Kopo Cheng. Claudio Cacci 7-5 on Carlo Biado. And the other Cacci against Capito is 5-5. Someone is asking Shaw, when are you opening your pool hall in Vietnam? I'm afraid this is not Jason Shaw. He is probably sitting watching the football after his match. And he'll be on his way to Telford potentially today. And it'd be great to see him recover from this disappointment and take down the UK Open next week.
And there's Eklund taking his 6 racks, 6-5 he is over Robbie Capito now. Claudio Cacci 7-5 over Carlo Biado. Dimitris Lukatos still 8-6 on Felix Vogel. Things slowing down a little bit in that match, and Piers Labutis 7-6 over Kopo Cheng.
Yeah, pro level updating is there. Yeah, Johan Chu unfortunately wasn't able to make it to the UK Open. So yes, a local Scottish player here will potentially get a bye, if not a replacement.
Yeah,
it's a shame. It's a big miss.
Frank's a wee bit gutted with that one, to be honest with you. But yeah, take it. Take the bye.
I think, Dave, I'm just looking back at the Van Lierop and Mora situation. They're both warming up. I actually think that match is scheduled for 2 o'clock, and it looks as if it's just going to stay that way, even though the match was called about half an hour ago.
Right, okay.
I think the players are just going to trade racks, really, until the time comes, which is fair. We are, of course, at the last 16/quarter-final stage.
Yeah, getting near the business end of things. Well, this is the business end, isn't it? Last day 5 of 5.
Dave, last year you did a photograph of the quarter-finalists and you weren't able to actually do the full photograph because... Or was it the last 16 you were taking a photograph of and Joshua Filler had lost and he didn't come back to take the photo?
Yeah, so we just did the last 8.
Are you going to do the same again today?
Quite possibly, yeah. I mean, if the players are up for it, if they're here.
And Dave Black, not only is he a fantastic commentator, he is also a very good photographer, and he has his own photography page on Facebook where he goes around pool events. So all the photos from the Jacoby Scottish Open will be on his page, and also next week at the UK Open he'll also be taking photos. So this page is Q Snap Photography on Facebook, and check him out. Kopo Cheng is running out here to level up at 7-7. Ekon Katche is breaking off here at 6-5 up on the UK Open champion. Kopo Cheng has levelled things up against Labutus. That's a battle. Lukatos and Vogel are still 8-6. That is tense. Biado's behind 7-6. He's looking to level things up here. So the next match we're going to have on the stream table is going to be the quarterfinals at 2 o'clock. We haven't got the matches yet because, of course, the last 16 is still very much underway as Vogel is on an 8-ball. It looks like the reason he was taking so long over it is... Just trying to find out. He's so far away, I don't know if he is. No, there's a 7-ball still on the table. It looks like the 6 is tied up with the 8. Yeah, he's made a mistake on the 6 there. Yeah, Vogel took that one away. It looked like it was a combination on the 9, actually. Hard to tell, the table is so far away. Yeah, so Vogel's brought it back to 8-7. Unbelievable. 4-0 down at the start of that game. And Kopo Cheng is ready to take the lead against Labutus. Catchy's got an awkward one here on the 3. Yeah, Kopo Cheng is on fire on table 16 by the look of things. He was well behind in that match. He's now ahead and he's running out to go 9-7 up. An unforced error from Capito has put Catchy in. Yeah, the score in the Labutus game, he is 8-7 behind, unfortunately, and that's the furthest away table, right at the back of the club. You can see Kopo Cheng is at the table. Mora and Van Leerup are still warming up. Catchy running out. And that's to go 7-5 up. Just as his brother Cledio Catchy puts another one on the rack on the scoreboard. 8-6 to Cledio Catchy over Biado. And Eklund is taking this one away for 7-5. The last 16 is heating up. Kopo Cheng is on the 7. 8-7 up over Labutis. Lukatos and Vogel is going all the way. A lot of pressure on Lukatos, I think. He won yesterday in that match. And he was well ahead in this game as well. Felix Vogel, there's no expectation on him. So he is going to be relaxed and playing his best with no concerns. Both Catchy brothers breaking off in tandem. The 9-ball is going close. And both catches are ahead. Kopo Cheng is on the hill against PS Labutis. 9-7. Labutis was ahead for much of that match. Question on the chat there is Eklund Catchy, what's his score? It is 7-5 up against Robbie Capito, and his brother is up 8-6 over Carlo Biado. Thanks for sticking with us on the live stream. Feel free to pop a comment in.
Yeah, I was just trying to fill a bit of time until we get our next stream match, which will be at
2 o'clock,
2 p.m.
It'll be the quarter-final match. We don't know which one. But yeah, give us a shout, those of you at home watching us live. Let us know who you think is going to win the Jacoby Scottish Open. The players in the tournament are Aloysius Yap, Victor Zielinski, Mickey Krause in the quarterfinals. The other players in the last 16, Mora van Lierop, Cheng, who's 9-7 up on Labutis, Lukatos, who's 8-7 up on Vogel, and the two Catchy brothers who are ahead of Biado and Capito. Who do you think is going to win the Scottish Open? For me, I think it's going to be Victor Zielinski. He looked unbelievable against Jason Shaw. Someone on the chat saying Eklund is going to win the tournament. Dave, who did you say was going to win the tournament? Yeah, the football, of course. Big football match in Glasgow at the moment. And it looks like it's finished. Yep. Yeah. Sorry, excuse me. Dave, yeah, who did you call was going to win this tournament?
Yeah, I think everyone I've called it all out.
And Matthew Wrigley
has
joined us in the booth, and he thinks that Jan van Lierop is going to win the tournament. Got a few Eklund fans on the chat. Who's won on table 21? It was Victor Zielinski. He defeated Jason Shaw. And it was a red-hot performance. So Kopo Cheng is on the hill. Dave's trying to have a conversation with me off mic when, when our job is to have a conversation on the mic. Yeah. Winner of Big Catchy, Capito plays Kraus, and Biado, Little Catchy plays Victor. Yeah, I fancy Victor to win this tournament. I really hope he does.
Yeah, I would go for some of that.
So Lukatos has taken the rack there, and he's on the hill. 9-7 to Dimitris Lukatos. He's been ahead of that match since the start. Great fight from Vogel, but it looks like he might be in a bit of trouble now, the youngster.
He's got it all to do.
And we've got Little Catchy, he's just taken away a 9 there as well. So he's on the hill also. And Carlo Biado, your opponent in the UK Open, Dave, he's in trouble. Clint asking if this is the only camera. There are a couple of different cameras. We do have a camera actually on the Big Catchy match. But no, I think this camera angle is quite good. You get to see all the matches going on. These are all last 16 matches of the Scottish Open. Kopo Cheng, congratulations to him. He's in the quarterfinals. What a result against Piers Labutis. Labutis was ahead for most of that match. And towards the end, Kopo Cheng has come back. Bit of a surprise package for me. He just got through his first round match against JJ Fall. Looked like it was a bit of a struggle. But he's gone from strength to strength. Kopo Cheng will play the winner of John Mora and Jan van Lierop. They are just about to kick off. Aloysius Yap is waiting on the winner of Lukatos and Vogel. Zielinski is waiting on the winner of Biado and Cledio Catchy, and it looks like it's going to be Cledio. He is 9-6 up on Carlo Biado. And Mickey Kraus is waiting on the winner of Eklant Catchy and Robbie Capito. So the guys that are playing right now on the outside tables, when they win, they're going to be straight back on because the quarterfinals are due to begin now. All the last 16 matches close to a conclusion, aside from Mora van Lierop, which was the last match to go on. Yeah, of course, we do have our main stream here, the main table, table 21, which is not in operation as we speak, which is why we are watching the other 5 tables. Table number 11 is also off, and it's viewable as well, but just we are waiting for the conclusion on these 4 tables.
Yeah, there's just not
5 tables.
It's just not a match on these tables just now, so that's why you're seeing this multi-table angle. We will be back to table 21, which is a multi-camera table. We've got about 4 or 5 different angles off that one. Cracking production that Craig Anderson has set up with his Scottish Cuesports live stream. Best in the business.
Yeah, big shout out to him, and of course a massive shout out to the owners of this club, McGoldrick's Pool and Sports Bar in Glasgow. This is the best pool club in Britain.
Oh, very good breakfast as well, by the way.
The very best. Yeah, absolutely. The very best of facilities. Seeing Mora back as a righty is awesome. Yeah, I said that earlier on. He looks so much better on the shot. He's just missed that 8 though. Seeing him down on the shot, he looks so much more assured as a right-hander. Clearly much more natural for him to play as a right-hander. But Van Lierop has got a gift in that opening rack. So Lukatos is on the hill. Claudio Caci is on the hill. Ekont Caci is trying to get to the hill. And we might see it in the next couple of shots. He's got a combination. 7-9 for Ekont Caci. And there's the combination from Ekont Caci. So we have 3 out of the 4 matches are on the hill. The 2 Caci brothers are on the hill. And so is Dimitris Lukatos. Jan van Leerup has just taken the first one against John Mora. Okay. Caci just checking the rack here. We could have a Caci v Caci semi-final. Okay, so finally Ekont Caci is happy with that rack from his opponent. Of course it is rack for your opponent in this tournament.
And he's breaking here for the win. 9-5 up on Robbie Capito.
Claudio Caci's got a relatively wide open run out to win against Beado.
The Caci brothers could be winning at roughly the same time.
Who's going to win first?
Yeah, there could be a race on here. But brotherly rivalry.
Cue ball is going close. The cue ball is
going to
in.
be excellent, that's for sure. Claudio's going to win the race here.
It's a lifeline for Robbie Capito, but he's 9-5 down. He needs a lot of work to do. Claudio Caci is 4 balls away from the quarterfinals. 5. The Lukatos Vogel game has been a grind. And whoever comes through that one, it looks like it's going to be Lukatos. Whoever comes through that one, bear in mind they need to win 4 matches today to win the tournament. How much is that match taken out of them? For Victor Zielinski and Mickey Kraus, they're just chilling. They finished their matches a long time ago. So I think at this moment, those 2 guys have the upper hand. Aloysius Yap, same situation. Those 3 players have the upper hand.
Jan van Leerup has the upper hand on John Mora. He's went 1-0 up. Felix Vogel there fighting to stay in the Scottish Open. Just watch a bit of his match there. Capito's going to take this rack. It's going to be 9-6.
Claudio taking his time. He's got a tester here, Claudio Caci, on this 8 ball. Vogel's at the table. 9-7 down.
Here's the jump. He's played that nicely, has he? He's on the 3. He's okay.
What a shot there from Claudio Cacci on the 8. And a relatively straightforward 9 for the win.
And this should be the one now. Claudio Cacci secures his place in the quarter-final, where he will be playing Victor Zelensky.
The man who just put out Jason Shaw. That'd be a great match. I don't know why Claudio's putting his cues away, because he's going to be right back on.
So, Eklund at the table.
And we've got the next TV table match has just been announced. We are going to have Mickey Krause, the man who demolished FSR, against the winner of the first table that you're looking at right now, Eklund Cacci and Robbie Capito. So potentially a Cacci-Krause match on this table next. But Cacci needs to get there first.
Yeah, hang about for that one, folks. The scoreboard's saying 9-5. I do believe it's 9-6. I think Capito's forgot to put a point up. Just be hoping that doesn't cost him later on. Pretty sure he's forgotten to put that up, G.
Neither player have noticed it, although both players are honest, so I'm sure once it's noticed.
Happened in the UK Open qualifier as well. I think someone forgot to put their score up. I can't remember who that was now. Anyway, they won an extra rack to take the match, so it didn't make any difference.
Going for the bank, Cacci. Looks like he's got it. What a shot.
Yeah, so this is it now. Just roll this forehand.
Someone on the chat's just said Lukatos is going to win it. Well, he's not at the table. Felix Vogel is, and it's 9-7.
And he's only... Yeah, he's only got a couple of balls to put here. Sorry, I was distracted there by John. So that is 9-8 now. So Vogel will be breaking. He's already had a couple of breaking runs in this match. You'd love to get another one here to take it hill.
Cacci going round the world. Oh, what a shot. Right round the back of the 7 to get on the 6.
Yeah, getting closer to the finishing line. There's a pretty good break there by Vogel. Makes the ball. Can see the two, but yeah, I don't think he's going to be potting it from here. So it's just going to be the safety. John Mora breaking off in rack number 3. Tied at 1-1 there with Jan van Leerop. So Vogel at the top of your screen there. It's just going to be the safety off the 2. Just hides it behind the 3 balls. Played a great shot there.
And Eklund catches through. Congratulations to both Catchy brothers. They are through to the quarterfinals. And our next TV table match has now been confirmed. Eklund Catchy against Mickey Krause. Coming up on table 21 very, very soon.
It's Dimitris Lakatos calling for a referee here, I think. So we've got a better view of the 2 tables that are still being played just now. So Dimitris Lakatos 9-8 up on Felix Vogel. Dimitris at the table at the moment. So have to be very careful here. He's played a great shot there. He's contacted the 2 and made a rail, but can young Vogel see this 2 ball? It doesn't look easy. Certainly taking his time on this one. You just play it safe. Take the 2 back up table. There we go. I'd like to have been tighter on that 3 ball. He's left a jump shot. Yeah, Steve, and unfortunately Jason Shaw is out. He lost 10-4 to Victor Zelensky. Made too many mistakes, let Victor in. Victor missed 1 ball throughout the match. He was absolutely on fire. Hang about though, the next match here is going to be Eklund Catchy versus Mickey Krause. That'll be kicking off at 2:30. 10 minutes. So Vogel's got a chance here. He's 9-8 down and a race to 10. So he needs to clear these up. Tricky little 2-ball into the middle. He's hampered a little by the 5 as well. So looks like he's going to say, leave yourself a long one for the 3. Should the 2 go down. Yeah, I see a long one. It looks like he's going to try and hold for that now. Yeah, so the first 2 quarter-finalists confirmed. Eklund Kache v Mickey Kraus and Claudio Kache v Victor Zelensky. Eklund and Kraus will be on the mainstream table, table 21. And that kicks off in about 6 minutes. It'll be good just to see the end of this match here on table 15 against Dimitris Lakatos and Felix Vogel. Felix at the table just now, 9-8 down in a race to 10. composing himself here before he takes this 9 down. He makes this, and I've got a Hill thriller on table 15. Just doing a bit of housekeeping on the table. So here we go. To set up a decider. Some nerves are going to be jangling here. It's a straightforward 9, and it is in it. It is going to be a decider. Hill thriller on table 15. With Dimitris Lakatos and Felix Vogel. So here we go, Felix Vogel breaking in the 19th and final rack for the win and a place in the quarter-final, where they will play Aloysius Yap. So who is going to face Yap? The 9 balls moving, it's not going to make it. Now, what have we got here? Do I see a 4-9 combination? He's got the 2 and the 3 to take care of first, of course. He did make the 1 ball off the break. I just hope to see the end of this before we start the match on table 21, which is due to start any minute now. But if we do switch over, I will keep you updated anyway. Mickey Krause is just having a bit of a practice. Trying out some 3 real shots. There we go. So Felix really taking his time, working out every possibility. It's hard to tell from here what he's doing with his 2 ball. For a second there, I thought he was going to try and cut it into the middle. Yeah, that would be crazy. He's got to watch the off here as well. And it looks like he's going to take it down to the bottom right. He's just not certain of position for the 3. 3 looks tight-ish with the 5. There we go. Craig Anderson of Scottish Cuesports live streaming Getting us zoomed right in on the action. Absolutely brilliant job. Yeah, I mean, I thought he was taking on a pot there, but yeah, that's just looks like the safety. It looks pretty good from here. So taking no chances. Very mature of the young man. So the other match that's going on there on the table, you can just see John Morra. He is 2-1 down to Jan van Lierop. Yeah. Live score can be caught on Q Score app. I will fill you in with what's going on just now. The match you can see, well, there's Jan van Lierop playing on table 14. He is 2-1 up on John Morra, and there's Felix Vogel, and he's tied 9-9 with Dimitris Lakatos. Claudio Cacci, Victor Zelensky on table 11. You can catch that on YouTube. There's John Morra at the table. So I think he's going to be jumping the 6 here. It's an easy enough jump. Now, of course, you've got to get position on the 3 ball. So here's the jump. How's your luck? It's not great, I don't think. Oh, so close to scratching there. Yeah, I think he's left a chance here for Dimitris. this is a hell match. Who is going to be facing Aloysius Yap in the quarterfinals? Just a safety from Lakatos. Vogel having a look there to see what the situation is. Can he see this 4-ball? Sorry, I thought he was on the 4-ball. He's on the 3. Is he on the 3? No, it's the 2. Yeah, that was the 2-ball that went down. I'm a couple of balls ahead here. Okay, so he is on the 3 now. It's hard to tell where that 9 is. It's obviously far enough off the rail. He's smashed that 2-ball in straight past it. I mean, the crazy shot on me would be screwing off the 3 and trying to knock that 9 somehow. Although it's hard to tell exactly where it is from here. Maybe if it had been a bit further over the pocket. Not players of this calibre don't take silly risks that I do. And that's why they are playing here and I'm not. So how is he on this 4? Just taking his time and wiping down the cue. A massive frame for both players. Huge for this young man. Been behind for most of this match. He's managed to pull it back level. I think this may be the first time. If he does clear up, that might be the first time he was ahead in this match. Obviously, going ahead this time, he would win. He does that, Vogel. I've noticed he likes to sweep the pocket. So we know where the 4 ball's gone now. This is looking pretty good. He's maybe a bit, I don't know, he's got a bit of a cut on this. He will be coming round for the 8 ball. Just got to watch that 9. Stretching a bit, makes it just a bit tougher. Couldn't see if he'd made it there. John Mora just in the way of the pocket. He has indeed made it. And here we go. 2 balls for your place in the quarter-final against Aloysius Yap. Come on, young man. Let's do this. Great comeback. And there's the 8, just the 9. Hang about after this, folks. We will be joining Eklund Katche and Mickey Krause, where they're just about to kick things off on table 21. And there it is indeed. Very well done, young man. What a result he's had there. Brilliant. Books his place in the quarter-final, where he'll be playing Aloysius Yap. Yap is on good form. There we go. We've got Claudio Katche, Victor Zelensky there on table 11. That can also be watched on YouTube. Scottish Cuesports live streaming. Join their page, like and subscribe. There's Yap just having a little bit of practice on table 12. Maybe where the next batch has been played, it certainly is. And the last match for the quarterfinal, Kopo Cheng will be playing the winner of Jan van Leerup and John Mora. That is still 2-1. Although it could be 2-2 now, yeah. Jan van Leerup setting them up for John Mora, so that is indeed 2-2. Stay with us, folks. We will be joining the first quarter-final, Eklund Katche v Mickey Krause, very soon.
catchy. And off we go. Might be able to see an edge of it.
So thanks for joining us again, folks. Catchy v Mickey Krause on table 21. This is the quarter-final of the WNT Jacoby Scottish Open 2025 at McGoldrick's Pool and Sports Bar in Glasgow.
Yes, it's going to be a good one. We do have another couple of commentators that are going to take us through the next couple of matches, but they're on their way back from the football, so Dave and I have just jumped back in just to see you through the beginning of this one.
Yeah, we'll fill in just now until the guys arrive. I think it's Barry and
Christian Sardea.
Yeah.
Okay, so Mickey Krause, red hot at the moment. What a win that was against FSR, flying through the field. I'm keeping a close eye on Mickey Krause and Victor Zielinski because their wins were very commanding, let's just say that.
Jay, did you manage to catch the end of the Felix Vogel match
No.
there?
Who won? I saw it was Hill.
Vogel won it.
Wow.
That was incredible to watch.
Wow.
Absolutely brilliant. So he plays Aloysius Yap.
That's unbelievable. The 17-year-old. Of course, he lost yesterday. Let's not forget. He got beat by Lukatos yesterday. Lukatos was 4-0 up at the start of the game today as well. That's unbelievable. What a comeback. And oh, wow.
He was behind that whole match, I think. And I think it was 9-7.
Oh, wow.
And yeah, he came back for that. Absolutely brilliant.
Very entertaining game. It went on for a long time. It was a grueling match for both players, I'll bet.
Yeah, there's been a few grueling matches here. I'll tell you what, the John Mora, Jan van Leeuwen, that's not moving on at all. So it's only 2-2 here.
Wow, and that is a last 16 game. So
yeah,
this tournament's going to go on. I mean, they were scheduled for an 8 o'clock final, but I'm not really sure at this rate if Mora and Van Leeuwen continued in that way. Definitely not the quickest of matches. And then you've got, I mean, you're talking about quickness and slow players. You've got two absolute opposites of one another. You've got Mickey Krause, who is super fast, doesn't take any time at all, and Catchy, who's a little bit slower, but both amazing players.
Yeah, Mickey taking that first rack there. And there is Victor Zelensky about to take his third rack. That is 3-0 there.
I'm telling you, Zelensky is going to win today. I called it earlier on against Jason Shaw. Zelensky is red hot. Okay. It's the business end of the Jacoby Scottish Open. As you can see, John Morra there. Someone on the chat asking for John Morra's matches. So we've got a wee bit there of John Morra. 2-2. This is to go 3-2 up. So quarterfinals in front of us. As you can see, Aloysius Yap is warming up. Felix Vogel, he's only got a couple of minutes really to recover from that marathon match. And he's going to be straight back on. Now, interesting question is Aloysius Yap going to be a step too far for the youngster? Lukatos, with the greatest of respect, is not a top player in the same regards as someone like Aloysius Yap. I'll be very interested to see, firstly, how does Vogel actually recover mentally to go from that kind of match against Lukatos, an absolute grind, straight back into a quarter-final against Aloysius Yap?
I'm just having a look at Vogel's results through the week. Wednesday, round 1, he beat Scott Gillespie 10 racks to 6. He then went on to beat Morris Newhausen 10-8. Mustafa Alnar was the next match in winners round 2. Beat Alnar 10 racks to 4. And in winners qualification, he was beaten by Lukatos 10-7.
Yeah, so that's a great shot from Mickey down the rail. Yeah, I think this is his biggest test yet.
He went hill with Yannick Pongers. 10-9 he beat Yannick in the losers qualification. And as you saw there, he's just had a marathon there against Lukatos, beating him 10-9. What a match.
I love watching Mickey Krause play. One of my favourite players to watch. He just gets on with it. No messing around. No, anyone who knows me, they know that I don't tend to take feathers when I play. I tend to play quite similar to Mickey. I just pull the cue back and let it go. And he's one of these guys that shows you don't really need to feather the ball that much. It's all about your stroke. That's the most important part of it.
Yeah, 5 or 6 feathers there at the very most, and that's it. He's taking the shot. You get some folk take up to 20 feathers.
But even then, the long feathers, Mickey Krause's feathers are tiny, minuscule.
Yeah, they're just quick stabs. Some folk are back and forward.
This one's quite tight. He's taking a few looks at it.
He's down on it now. Must go.
Great shot.
Yeah, very good.
I wonder, I've obviously Catchy and Krause will have played one another a few times over the years. I wonder if Catchy's slow, deliberate style is the sort of thing that would put someone like Mickey Krause off. If Catchy, got possession of the table for an extended period of time, would Krause almost go cold? He seems to be one of these players where if he's on the table constantly, he gets hot. Does he cool down playing against someone like Catchy? Is that a deliberate tactic that Catchy might have? Is just to try and take that little bit longer on the shots to cool down Mickey? Interesting shot there from Mickey. He's kind of landed halfway between going into the bottom and the middle.
Yeah, so he needs to retain possession here if he wants to stay hot.
This is very missable to either pocket. No, brilliant. Heart of the pocket. Needs it to slow down. And it is.
Ideal.
It's good. It just travelled that little bit further, but he's okay. He's still got a shot. Stretching a little bit, but he'll be fine. No problem.
And that is going to be 2-0 to Mickey Krause.
I feel sorry for the guys coming into the booth after us. They might not get much of a match to commentate on if Mickey Krause keeps playing like this.
Yeah, there might be nothing left. Oh!
Well, I actually turned away from the screen.
Didn't expect that. You were ready to put the music on there. Yeah, that's
I'm going to put it
incredible.
on now, but not for the same guy.
But, well, I mean, it's an incredible miss. I never expected that. However,
How is that for a gift?
Kachi ties it up at 1-1. Claudio Kachi is 4-0 down to Victor Zelensky. There's Victor ready to break. So Jaap Vogel has just been called. There's Felix setting his cues up.
Would be great to see him get through, young Felix.
He must have lost his cue towel because he's been using his jacket. He's just thinking his jacket over the chair. He's been using his jacket as a cue towel.
Oh, it works. They all work.
Yeah, so it certainly worked for him. So yeah, that might be his lucky thing. Maybe he always uses it. Maybe he doesn't have a cue towel. You can, of course, buy cue towels here, along with the fine range of cues, cue cases, chalks, gloves, and various other knickknacks. I fancy get myself a nice little towel.
And our commentators have just arrived in the building, so we'll be handing over very, very soon.
Yeah, Barry Hetherington and Christian Suder.
I think they've had a really good day at the football by the look of things. So we're going to have a range of different commentators over the course of the day. You've got obviously myself and Dave took you through the last 16. Got Barry and Christian to take you through the quarter-finals here. Semi-finals will be Mr. Stephen Capaldi making an appearance alongside Barry, and then it's back to me and Dave for the final.
Yes, certainly is. So yeah, we're going to be having a little break. We'll bring Barry and Christian in. Stay with us, folks. Thank you very much for joining us. I hope you're with us all day. You're going to be promised some absolutely cracking 9-ball.
Hello, guys, and Barry Hetherington here in the booth now. We just got back, so sorry we're late. Looks like he's going to try and just spin it gently into the corner. Don't know if he's got enough room or not. Yeah, he didn't have enough room. He's trying to lay up. Solid weight putting the 5 ball in the back rail. Just a containing shot against Mickey. This is a tricky little shot for Mickey to try and get the cue ball back down in behind the 6. Push the 5 ball over onto the left rail. No, he's going to go 3 rails, put the 5 over behind the 8. Prove me wrong, but he's left it terribly open. I didn't expect that. It's a bit of a wild shot from Eklund. Leaves Mickey a nice open shot on the 5. And try and kill the cue ball just off the rail. Back out for the 6. Yeah, nicely done. Take the 6 ball up into the right corner. Float the cue ball over behind the 7. Nice out there by Mickey. Takes him out to a 2-1 lead. little bit of view on the outside tables. Young Felix Vogel is playing Ulysses Yap, and Claudio Cacci is playing Victor Zielinski. Back to the main table here. Nice break off from Mickey. I don't know if he'll take this 2-9 combo on. Right? No, he's going to take the cut. A smart play. Nicely done. Just floated the 2-ball up into the corner pocket, leaves in perfect position on the 3. This should be a simple out for Mickey. Just connect the dots. Everything leads into the next ball. Take the cue ball up and off the bulk rail and back down for the 8-ball. Yeah, he underhit that ball. Need to put a little bit more through it, but he still just float the 8-ball into the corner pocket. Come one rail back across, a little bounce off the second rail and out for the 9 to the bottom opposite corner. Put a full stroke on it and went 3 reels. Just waiting on my co-commenter Christian coming back in. He'll jump in and give some insight as well. There we go. 9 in the corner and takes Mickey to a 3-1 lead with a break and run. And back out onto the outside tables. And Felix is at the table. He's got a tough 5-ball by the looks of it. It's still 0-0 first game, so Claudio's 4-1 down, but he's at the table, so he's in a bit of difficulty with the 2-ball stuck in behind. Right on the very far table in the shot right now, John Morris playing Van Leeuwen. John just missed the 3-ball. Jan Van Leeuwen's leading that match 4 games to 3. That's still in the round of 16. It's the one match that had to wait. Okay, so back to the main table, and Mickey Christ breaking off in the 5th rack. Once again drops the 1-ball in the side pocket. 2 balls up on the bulk rail. Should be able to float the 2-ball in and bring the cue ball down. Back down between the 4 and 8 for the 3-ball. Mickey was trying to play that with a little bit of inside. He was actually trying to bring the cue ball down where it landed, but overcut the 2-ball. He hasn't really sold anything out. He's left Eklund with a pretty tough. Looks like he's going to go up the inside and try and kick the two back down the table. And honestly, don't know if he's got enough room to do it. Welcome in, Christian.
Hello, Barry. Hello to our viewers at home. What a nice and interesting match we got here for the quarterfinals of the Jacoby Scottish Open 2025. How's been the start? As we just set up with a drink and a sandwich right after the match.
Yeah. Settled in here to what should be a really good match between Mickey and Eklund. Mickey's had the run of the balls at the moment.
Okay. This won't be able to finish a draw as the Rangers Celtic. Nice kick by Kachi. Always have to hit it with speed. Seems like he got a mini roll. It's cuttable in the side.
Yeah, he should be able to cut this in the side without any problem. Just float the cue ball between the 4 and 9. Come off the back rail and back out for the 3 ball. He decided to just throw it into the 4 to hold the cue ball and got away with it.
I like the speed he played this shot with. It afforded him to kind of not gamble the position. Straightforward from here, I would say.
It should be. It should be just connect the dots here. Nice smooth shot on the 4 ball and take it up into the corner and just float the cue ball back out into the middle of the table for the 5.
I'm really curious to see how Mickey's gonna negotiate the tempo of Kachi. I think he's gonna try and dictate the rhythm of this match, as he is doing this constantly to all his opponents since, I would say, 12-15 months.
Yeah, it looks like he's come up a bit straight on this. He maybe have to float down on the short side of the 5, or on the 7, sorry.
He's gonna boom this, I think, or slow rolling. Now boom the ball just like that, stun run past the 9. Clear cue ball.
Yeah, it had more of an angle than what I could see on the screen there.
Sending a message also, because you got to.
Yeah, Mickey likes to play with a little bit of a faster tempo than what Eklund does, so we'll see as the match progresses if this just allows Mickey just to stay in focus. If Kachi gets into the table, then it may slow the tempo down a bit. And as you see, that was Mickey taking a 4-1 lead. Back out to the outer tables here. Eklund, Kachi is at the table. He's down 5-1, but looks like he's got a reasonable chance here to get back, take a game back and get back and at the table with a break. That's a nice little shot from Claudio. There he goes, 5-2.
Yeah, Claudio's got the game. He's now establishing himself and earned some pressure points in the WNT ranking. I predict a very nice future to this kid. I spoke a little bit with him 2 days ago. He just quit completely from snooker, but his snooker background is helping him playing effortlessly in some instances in the American pool. He's now learning, improving the moving balls, the safety game, and into runouts, he's making things look pretty easy. So, yeah, he's got a lot of the puzzle to become a world champion.
Mickey with the break off here, and he made the one ball, but doesn't have line of sight on the two, so it looks like he's going to push out. He's just checking where he wants to leave for the push out.
We got other former youth champions involved in this tournament, and also the current junior world champion from Saudi Arabia, Felix Vogel, who is making, I would say, one of the best runs of his career. Here in the quarterfinals, he's now facing Aloysius Yap. Felix just completed 2 consecutive Hill wins. The 10-9 win last night against Yannick Pongers in the losers qualification, right after he was sent on the loser side by Dimitris Lukatos. And funny fact, he drew Dimitris Lukatos again for the elimination stage today in the last 16, where Felix wins a Hill contest, producing a fabulous comeback from 7-2 down to close it out to 10-9. But last night, a very, I would say, funny, not funny ending of the match between him and Yannick Pongers, as the Dutch has accidentally touched the ball in the Hill and offered Felix ball in hand. And Felix shoot a 2-9 combination, which was a hanger to close that match. So it was a pretty strange ending of the match.
Yeah, I didn't get to watch that match. I was watching a couple of the others last night.
Yeah, I'll show you.
Very much so. I was watching John Mora play FSR last night. And that was a big comeback from John as well. He was down 7-3 at one stage and went up 8-7, and then it went Hill.
Wow.
And took out an absolutely phenomenal run out.
Yeah, and he's now facing a 3-6 deficit, so 6-3 for Jan van Lierop from Holland, a former European champion in the under-17 division. I know Jan very well, as he traveled a lot of time in Bucharest for the Bucharest Open. And Jan is having a very good run here after he took out Andrian Huarta last night in the losers qualifier. So and also now Yuki Oi. So great run for the Dutch young player, who has a lot of high finishes in the majors. He finished 9th in both US Open and Hanoi Open. So Johnny Mora will want to stay close there.
Yeah, he's been improving over the last 12 months. Putting some really strong wins together, and especially in the smaller events. Travels with his parents everywhere. Very nice, quiet guy. Mickey's got an opening here on the 2-ball again. Slow roll.
Getting some constant control here, Mickey Krause. I think he will get through the window between 4 and 9. It seems like more the most natural path.
Yeah, he was looking to stun above it. Yeah, just like that. I think the 4 goes past the 9 into the corner. Now he's in good. Yeah, it does.
Yeah.
Now from that shot, you can see that. So he's in good position. He just needs a nice angle on the 5.
Yeah,
to draw down below the 6 for the 6 in the middle pocket.
yeah, it's better he went that way from the 3 to the 4 because he would have landed on some wrong side of the 4, would have to manage the 6-8 traffic. Now he avoided that pretty well.
This is my first time in the booth this week, but just want to let everybody know how good the equipment and the setup has been here at McGoldrick's this week for the WNT Scottish Open. It's absolutely phenomenal. Tables are playing beautiful. Super nice speed on the cloth. Rails all play true. The Rasson Ox. Such a good table. You're able to float balls, play them with power. You have to be accurate, obviously, with the 4-inch pockets, but it'll definitely make you concentrate. Mickey takes out the rack there. Now takes a commanding 5-1 lead. Back to the outer tables, and we can see Victor's at the table, as is Ulysses Yap, and at the far end, again, John Mora against Jan van Leeuwen, who has now went to a 7-3 lead. So Jan's in very much control of that match at the moment. But as you know, Christian, anything can change in 9-ball very quickly. Just one wrong step and the opponent can come back so fast.
I know on myself, as I've played absolutely brilliant. I mean, with, I think, 1-2 mistakes, I managed to get 8-4 against Roberto Bartol in the first round. I played fearlessly, felt absolutely great at the table. But yeah, if you make 1-2 mistakes and you get a dry break or something, you can lose this 4 frames advantage pretty fast. But I think also a 3-4 rack advantage is when you can take a little bit of a breathe, and considering you are in front, less than 3-4 racks, you can be turned. The opponent can turn the table against you in a blink of an eye. With the winner breaks format also, if Johnny Mora will steal the break there, will be able to start his way into a comeback. Nice run from Viktor Zielinski, who yesterday had the absolute devastating match against Mickey Krause on the winner's qualification, because he played very well. He was up in that match, but ended up losing 10-7. I was right near the table. Absolutely crazy rolls, and everything went against Victor. You may see him also posting a lot on social media about that, but now seeing what happened, he is right maybe. But was able to fight on the losers rounds and took out last night David Alcaide. And today he just knocked out Jason Shaw in style with a 10-4 convincing lead. So Victor is looking forward to go all the way, as he played the final 2 years ago against Shaw, and he was almost 2 racks away to win. He lost, I think, he was 8-2 up in the final against Jason Shaw. So I think Victor surviving is now starting to feel he's the man to beat.
Yeah, that match last night with Victor and David Alcaide was a nail-biter. Went all the way to Hill, the final match of the night. Some super play in it. So, yeah, it was definitely one of the better matches of the tournament to watch. It looks like Ulysses is about to take a 2-0 lead here against young Felix Vogel. Gladio at the table right now. Okay, back to the main table now. We have Mickey breaking. Once again, makes the one ball in the side pocket. He's been working real hard on that. He's very consistent with making that one ball.
He will need to come up with some containing safety. Let's see. I see he can move the
He's got a
cue
couple.
ball right behind the 6. Let's
Yeah,
see.
he's got a couple of options. He can come up underneath here and put the cue ball right on,
He's
back,
playing
on the
behind
back
the
of the
4.
4.
Yeah, he's playing, wow,
Sweet.
the way bank. But he was always having in mind to freeze the cue ball behind the 4, just in case.
Yeah, it was a
Especially the
good
speed he
two-way
played
shot.
it. Yeah, guaranteed. He's very good at that. I spoke with him right after landing here in Glasgow, because we were in the same plane from London to here, and he told me a lot that he asked him where is he living. He said he's based nowhere. He's just moving now. As he's a rising player, he's traveling to just play non-stop pool, so he's just going from place to another. And he told me about recent months he spent time in Asia and also in USA, playing all sorts of disciplines. He's playing a lot of one pocket, a lot of banks, a lot of straight pool, and there in one pocket and in banks you get a lot of these two-way shots that he seems to be mastering.
Yeah, he's been doing a lot, and I've seen him and been around him quite a bit in the US, obviously, but he's actually coming to my neck of the woods in Canada next month. He's got I believe, a 2-week setup. He's coming in. He doesn't have a set day to leave, but he's coming in. He's doing a few exhibitions in 2 or 3 of the clubs in around Toronto. So if you any of you that are listening in Canada, make sure and make it out. He may actually be showing up at my club. We're just working on something right now. Maybe Mickey will be over at my club for a night, doing a little bit of an exhibition. Once again, it looks like he's going to keep Eklund away from the table with a break and run. Just put more pressure on Eklund, take a really commanding 6-1 lead here in this match. And drops the 9. So he's out to a 6-1 lead. Back to the outside tables, and we're watching. Looks like Jan van Leerup's at the table breaking, and he's up at 3. Very, very commanding lead. It's never over, but he's been playing great, so, and he's confident. Both the other quarterfinal matches are going on. Just in the booth, we also had the World Snooker final on. And 50-year-old Mark Williams is trying to become the first over 50 player to win the World Championships. And he's up against a really strong Chinese player, Zhao Xtong, I believe is how you pronounce it, I'm not sure.
Zhao Xintong would be.
Yeah, he's he played Ronnie O'Sullivan in the semi-final and absolutely shot lights out. Beat Ronnie
17-7.
17-7 was the final.
Yeah, I'll stay honest with you. I asked the opinion of a bunch of WNT pool players. What do they think about the snooker championship, the world in Sheffield, and now about the final? And all of them told me that it has to happen something very special for Zhao to not win the final, because he's already 4-1 up with the clear table to make it 5-1. So in order for Mark Williams to be able to win against him, as he's now the man to beat in the World Snooker Tour, and especially this tournament, it should happen that Zhao would play a disastrous match, and Mark Williams would be able to play some amazing stuff. And also in the physical aspect, let's be honest, Zhao made himself a match with Ronnie like a walk in the park, and ended up in the afternoon session yesterday. Mark had to play all the way to the evening to earn his place in the final. So a lot of extra time and also disadvantage, let's say. But of course, a final is a final, and the experience of Mark Williams, already world champion, will come into play.
Yeah, nothing seems to phase this young Chinese fella. He just gets in the ball. Once he gets in the balls, he's making big breaks and not making too many mistakes. He made a couple early against Ronnie O'Sullivan, but then righted the ship and just made it look relatively easy from there on out. Victor's leading 5-3 in this match and at the table, going for his jump cue. We got a little bit of tactical game going on between him and Claudio in this game. I feel that Felix feels very comfortable out there, just watching him around the table. Doesn't feel out of his depth. He hasn't looked out of his depth, to be quite honest, all week.
I tell you what, Felix is going to have the toughest test, not only of this week, but probably one of the toughest tests of his career, unforced error by the junior world champion. Because Aloysius Yap is, I tell you, one of the most difficult players to beat. The recently MVP from the Reyes Cup in Team Asia. It's just unbelievable how much work he puts in on all the little details. I saw him in one of the previous evenings playing also a sort of touchy shots and testing the reaction of his cue. He's doing a lot of adjustments of weights, of tips of his equipment. He is into a permanent analysis and also has a very complex resistance to, let's say, to all the other opponents' different styles of play. Notice that. What do you think?
Yeah, he's had quite the last 6 months. He picked up the international championships in Florida there. I was at that. Played super strong in that one as well. He's rounding into nice form coming into the majors with the UK Open next week in Telford.
Yeah, we also need to bring a little bit of energy in the UK Open. So it went well. We went to the Ibrox to watch the football match. Who you gonna play, Barry? Who you drew in the UK Open?
Mustafa Almar. Yeah, I played Mustafa Almar in the first round on Tuesday.
Yeah, I'm gonna play a player from Kenya on Wednesday, 11:30.
Just before we flip back to the main table there, I just saw Jan van Leer just went on the hill 9-3 against John Mora.
Wow, we have a golden break
Golden
here.
break there from Mickey Kreis. Everything's just going Mickey's way right now, 7-1.
Eklund won't taste this round of applause of the crowd.
Yeah, Eklund's one of the fan favorites here in Glasgow when he's here. Super nice guy. I get along with Eklund really well. He's a pretty chill guy, just enjoys playing and does his own thing.
Yeah. I remember seeing Kachi for the first time while studying at home. I mean, no, I had the chance to play in a practice session into a Euro Tour exactly 10 years ago when Kachi was 14, 15. And right after that, he made one of his very first results, ending runner-up in a Bucharest Open at that time, losing the final against Niels Fayen. And right after, in 1.5 years, I remember he won the World Pool Series in New York in the tour organized by Darren Appleton. And I was impressed by Kachi at his age of 17 being able to beat Carlo Biado in a race to 17, I think was that final in 8-ball. That was in Steinway Billiards in New York.
Mickey's just broke off again and landed absolutely perfect on the 2-ball. Might have just landed just a hair on the wrong side of the 2. But still, when you're breaking off here and you can get control of the table is the main part. The dry break is what pretty much hurts you so much, but I don't know if he's got enough to draw back onto the reel to get down below the 3, but play the 2 and play in the position to play a nice safety on the 3-ball. Well, he had enough of an angle to get on it. Yeah, pretty tricky little shot from the 3 to the 4. If he decides to take the 3 on, he may decide to lay up and just put the 3 on the back rail and put the cue ball in behind the 9 and 8 ball here. Obviously, he's taking his time with this just to make sure. Yeah. Just looking at where if he takes the shot on with the 3, if he's going to run into the 8 ball with a little bit of left-hand siding. Yep.
He played it with a very strange speed, in my opinion. I mean, he would have needed a particular type of contact with the 8 ball. So he assumed he's going to bump the 8 ball full to get the position for the 4. What do you think?
Well, the big thing there was if you looked at the cue ball coming off the back rail when he played it, it got a little bit of skid and just it changed the angle enough that it just didn't allow the cue ball to react with the spin to take it into the 8 ball a little bit thicker.
So let's see his next move here. The knuckles of the side pocket can come into play. Let's see. Maybe he's very thin, clipping the 4 ball and use the 8 as a blocker. Seems like he's playing with pace. Oh, he went for the pot, so forced error. Not really like this selection because would have landed a little bit on the 50-yard line to the 5 ball. A little choked on the shot, I feel. Missed it by a mile.
Yeah, I think if he had made the shot the way he was intending, the cue ball would have traveled further and he would have had a nice shot on the 5 into the other corner pocket. I think he just hit the 4 ball thick on that one. Okay, let's see what Eklund can do. This is his first real shot, open shot, in quite a while. Really needs to start getting something going.
Great speed. will be happy to conquer the break, but will need, I think, minimum 2 racks to apply some pressure on the Viking. I was discussing with players kind of these scenarios when they have a strong lead. When do they start feeling the pressure if the opponent starts a comeback? And everyone says that, let's say, from a 7-1 lead, if your opponent makes it 7-2, 7-3, you're still kind of calm, but it starts playing in your head around when he's about 3 racks behind and breaking. Jan van Lierop completed a fabulous score against Johnny Mora, and as the match improved fast, knowing Jan, who was always kind of involved in very long matches, congratulations Van Lierop, fantastic win, and we didn't see very much of John Mora at the table, which means the last half an hour, and of course the last half of the match, the Dutch has produced some clinic pool to earn himself a spot in the quarterfinals, where he's gonna face Kuo Po Cheng. Aloysius Jaap is extending his lead also against Felix Vogel from Germany into 4-0. So Felix needs to come with a fast response. Let's see what the Albanian Eagle is doing here. Rack number 10, trailing 2 racks to 7.
Yeah, the one up. Eklund has one of the bigger breaks on tour. Is such a long follow through on that cue ball. And gets such a big explosion in the cue ball, running back and forth 3 or 4 times off between the side rails, but doesn't have an open shot in the 2, and has quite a difficult safety. Yeah, he's going to take a wee minute and see. Looks like he's going to try and punch the 2 ball off the 7 and back out. Try and bring the cue ball maybe down in behind the 8, or at least put the cue ball on the back wheel. Put the 2 ball out into the middle of the table somewhere. While he's deciding, just give a quick shout out to some of the sponsors here for the Scottish Open. You've got Jacoby Custom Cues, which is the lead sponsor for the event. Brandon Jacoby himself's over here at the moment for the event, and I think he's going up to Telford as well for the UK Open. And then Belhaven, Scottish Cuesports live streaming, EBS, Invisibile Travel, sorry. Well, that was. Did he try to bank that there?
For sure. You will never see a save from Kachi leaving the cue ball in the middle of it.
No, I realize that, but I didn't think the bank was there. I think he was just, I think because he's so far behind, he's trying to force things to happen.
Kind of. Yeah, speaking about Brandon Jacoby, I had the chance to speak a few minutes. Was impressed by his vision and everything around this fantastic sport. Also his support given to this event, and also the interesting technology. He was discussing with someone here to start and try to implement some snooker shafts also. As snooker, I heard exactly from him, is not that big in America.
Yeah. I'm in Canada, so Canada's still producing some snooker players. And it's still a relatively strong game in Canada, obviously, with having the world champion Cliff Thorburn, people like Jim White, I should say, and that they're coming over and doing exhibitions, and then guys from the past like Kirk Stevens, Bill Werbenick. It's got a good history. And top of that, John Morrow's dad, Mario Morrow, one of the top pros from Canada back in the mid-'80s. So it's good to see that Brandon's thinking about getting into the snooker trade of the cues. It looks like Mickey's about to take out another relatively comfortable run out after that miss by Eklund, taking 8-2 advantage in this quarterfinal. Yep, 8-2 to Mickey. Back to the other two quarterfinal matches that are going on right now. As you can see, Victor Zelensky's at the table on the 3-ball. Nice shot. Victor's got a 5-3 lead right now. So he has Alicius at the table. Looks like he has to play a bit of a kick shot off the side rail to get it, to make the 2-ball. Swing 2 reels out for the 4. Yeah, he didn't hit that one much pace and just barely made it. He left himself a long 4-ball.
I think Ledo is going to give some sort of a response to Victor Zelinsky here, because he will have all the confidence after his very strong match against Carlo Biado, which he won 10-6 in the last 16 round. And what an interesting last quarter final is just starting at table 13 between Kuo Po Cheng and Jan van Liehop. Kuo Po Cheng, 2 times finalist of the World Pool Championships back in the, let's say, one on the point era of 9-ball. One of the very first matches that I started watching in 2009 when I started reaching this fabulous sport was the match between Kuo Po Cheng and Wu Tsa-Tsing, the 2005 final of the World 9-Ball Championship in Manila, where Kuo Po Cheng was just 1 rack away to become world champion. As I remember, he broke dry or scratch, being on the hill 16 frames to 12 in front of Wu Tsa-Tsing. Was already 8-ball world champion in that year at the age of 15. And I think he, after he lost his turn at the table, couldn't get any other chance, as Wu Tsa-Tsing has completed 5 points in a row, 4 breaks and runs, and became the youngest ever world 9-ball champion and 8-ball champion at the age of 15. So it's nice seeing Kuo Po Cheng here and playing absolutely fantastic pool. I saw his match last night against Jonas Souto. He was leading a lot, I don't know, 6-1, 7-1 or something. Jonas had the power to come back, but the experience of Kuo Po Cheng is absolutely amazing. And he is practicing a lot with Tolia Han from Singapore and also with Aloysius Yap. So no more reasons to think Kuo would not be into a prime. So in his mid-40s, he's playing an absolutely world-class game. And that's very nice for me to see.
It's actually funny you say that, because a couple of nights ago, in one of the early round matches, somebody said to me, "Who's that old guy with the grey hair?" And my response was, "Just watch. That's all you need to do is just watch." But as you know yourself, Christian, at this level in these tournaments, like it's just littered with players, and they can all, at any given time, at races to 10, anybody can win the match.
Yeah, you gave a very nice response. Inspirational, Guopo Cheng. There is a few people already asking, who's this tall, baldy guy who comes alone from Romania? But there's still a lot of work to be done, which is nice. So we have to anchor on our beliefs and put the time in. And yeah, it smells like it's doable to reach the final stages of the WNT event. But you need to put the points on the board and then be able to enjoy the success. A little unforced error from Yap, first one at 4-0. That may allow Felix to get some chance. Here, one-way match between Krause and Ekmenkachi. Taking a look at the last break of the match for Mickey Krause.
Yeah, he's been breaking really, really strong here in this match. Once again, he makes the one ball. And this time he's not going to get the vision on the two ball. So we're going to look at a push out here somewhere. Mickey's going to have to figure this one out. The 6 and 7 are tied up a little, but so it's not just a straightforward rock here.
Unbelievable pool brain that Mickey Krause has developed, I would say, in the last 1.5, 2 years, because he was right there in the good group. I know him, I think, since 5, 6, 7 years. He was playing the Euro Tours. He was doing well, but now he made some changes at the time in, and he gets to a complete different version. And as he is witnessing and he is confessing, I think he's learning into this ocean of multiple disciplines and of average of play, I think around 8+ hours a day, for sure. He has the camera with him everywhere. He's fixing on his TikTok, YouTube, Instagram channel. He's getting close connections with the Filipino top guys, with the Vietnamese. And he's there anytime for a funny challenge, for a particular trick shot, or for some skillful key shot, tough shot. So always a lot of info thrown on the table, and there's a lot of win-win in this type of activity, which is very nice. And also there is inspiration for other players, with no matter their ranking, to just study, because it's all about study, and that is very nice to see from a player who is, let's say, at his peak, winning a lot last year and getting into the Mosconi Cup team.
Yeah, Mickey spent quite a few months there in the US at the end of last year, playing everybody and anybody in some challenge matches, and every tournament he could get his hands on, just refining and putting the time in. And it's slowly but surely paying off for him. Shouldn't say slowly. He's reigning European champion, so he's already won one of the big majors.
Right before winning the European Open. He managed to claim his first WNT title in Bucharest last year. I'm really curious if Mickey will join the WNT event in the beginning of June in Romania, where it's going to be a full field of 256 players. So yeah, kind of when you put that time of work in, people always will say, yeah, he got lucky. And yeah, he won one, I think in the quarterfinals at the Hill, he got a golden break. He won 11-10 against someone else in the semi-final or something. But seems like when you put the time in, kind of get those key roles in your favor. I noticed that.
He was knocking on the door there. Like, he had about 5 tournaments in a row where he made the last 4, the last 8, running into that European Championship last year, and then finally capped it off with a European Championship after taking one of the smaller event wins. So he's always in the mix. Obviously, he doesn't have the reputation of some of the big guys, but he's starting to get that reputation now. So you got to really be on your game and watch him and be careful when you're playing Mickey.
Yeah.
Looks like he's going to the short stick here. He's got a 9-2 lead. I wouldn't be surprised if he tries the combo here.
Yeah, I'm sure he may give it a look because the score affords him, and also the 2-wall with kind of stop into the 9, so it's also a value of a 2-way shot. I think he's getting very close. Watch this. No. I think he twisted a bit and applied a little bit of... He lost the line a bit.
Yeah, I think he didn't completely follow through on that shot.
Yeah, kind of.
Sort of backed off it a bit and just made sure of the jump in the first place, but didn't really...
I can tell you for sure he was tall enough to just hit precise and keep the line.
Oh, I know he's tall enough to do it. Me being a short player, I have to get... I need to get up on my tiptoes to shoot them shots.
Very close to disaster, Kachi here, if the size of the 6 would have found gravity.
Yeah, I was just...
Saw his face.
I was just about to say, is he going to get a really unfortunate roll and knock the 6 in there?
Yeah, so just another example of, let's say, when you put the times in, it's absolutely clear that Fedor won a lot of close tournaments, let's be honest. You win 13-12 the Whirlpool Masters, you win 15-14 the Whirlpool Championships. What is going to happen when you're there?
That was a played shot, guys.
Very
Mickey
nice.
was actually trying to knock the 6 in there.
Very nice attempt.
Yeah, it was. These 4-inch pockets, you got to hit it very precise to make the shots. They're not just going to roll over the line and fall in.
Yeah, well, was funny what he left because there was nothing very clear as a safety to get the cue ball frozen near the 7. And Mickey has some of the 2 ball.
It's hard to see from this angle. I don't know if the 2 go past the 9 into the right-hand corner or not, or does he have to try and... I don't think he's got enough room to cut it back to the left-hand corner. Maybe he does. He's looking at it, so maybe he's able just to spin it just enough and throw the object ball,
Yep.
the 2 ball up into the corner.
Wow, he had everything. So this match will be over probably in a few shots.
He played that at the perfect weight just to make the 2 ball get accepted into the corner pocket with the throw that he threw on it.
Yeah.
Yeah,
If he added a little more pace, you saw he played the whole pocket there, as you said. Any extra impulse would have resulted into a huge miss. A huge miss on the thick side as he applied swerve on the cue ball. So be honest, Barry, will you jump on the practice tables as 2 tables are available? How's your energy?
Well, after being at the match today. I don't know what my energy's like. Maybe I can go out. I do know I have to do one of the semi-finals here, so
Okay.
I gotta go talk to the boys and see where we're at with regards doing the commentary here on semi-finals.
Yeah, I would with pleasure stay to come in the semi-finals, but our flight to Telford, we have to be at the airport at 6. So we'll jump right on the practice tables with my friend Flavian from Romania, as we are excited to be at the UK Open at the major. So no time to waste here. Let's see what Mickey did. He's gonna face a very tricky 8-ball. I don't get why he overpowered. Didn't play for the 8-ball in the left corner. Wow, he's just going for the cut. Watch this. Don't go with side, Mickey. Just like that, brave shot. That is a performance from the Viking Mickey Krause, showing some pure skill here, which is very appreciated.
Yeah, and I believe that
Freedom, relentless, full of confidence. It's just the way.
if I'm not
games.
mistaken, he played that shot left-handed as well.
Yeah. Oh, you fall asleep, Barry. That is a fabulous conclusion to this match. The Viking Mickey Krause from Denmark is just making a walk in the park with a 10-2 win against Eklan Kaci. I think Kaci didn't do very much wrong. You were in the beginning of the match. You said about some rolls from Mickey. But what we saw here, I think he really outplayed his opponent, because it's very tough to do this against Eklan. We saw very few visits and very brilliant display here. Cheers, Mickey.
Yeah, there was one shot earlier on that Ekland made a bad miss on, and that Mickey and Mickey put a 2-pack on him and took a strong lead and just ran with it and didn't let Ekland at the table with any clean chances really in that match.
Very nice match on the secondary table. I'm gonna go catch a little bit of that one and jump on the practice table. I would say bye everyone. Just stay with Barry, enjoy the rest of the Jacoby Open, one of the greatest events in the WNT right before the UK Open. I was Cristian Surdea. Bye everyone. Salutare tuturor din România și țineți pumnii pentru români la UK Open. Suntem 5 jucători. We are 5 players representing our country. Enjoy the WNT and stay close to this event. Bye everyone.
Thanks very much, Christian. Always a pleasure having you in the booth, giving your insight on the tables. Enjoy your practice time. And
thank you, Barry, and thanks for the experience at the Ibrox. For me, it was a absolutely boost of energy before going to the UK, because it's a lot of anxiety kicking in, emotions. We stay stuck here, we stress with the matches, inevitable. But it's been a relief for me to be able to have a teenager activity along with you. So I will be thankful for that forever, and we can't wait to have you somewhere and give you back something, maybe in Romania, maybe in the USA this summer. So looking forward.
yeah, I'm sure we'll hook up at another tournament, and maybe we'll get to do something else that's fun outside of just playing pool, because the grind we put in at these tournaments and being on the road is long and can be tenuous at times. So enjoy yourself, safe flight, and I'll see you in Telford on Monday.
Thank you. Good luck. Bye, everyone.
I'll stay with you for a bit here on the live stream and take you through some of the other matches that are happening right now. We got Ekland's brother, Claudio, playing Victor Zielinski, and Claudio has got it back to 5-4, so this has turned into a nice duel between Victor and Claudio. It was always going to shape up for a good match, so it looks like there's been quite a bit of tactical play between them in every game. It doesn't look like anybody's really getting into breaking and running and putting a few runs on the other opponent. The other table, Ulysses Yap is 5-1 ahead at the table. And obviously, Van Lierop and Kopo Chung have just started their match. It was a good kick from Claudio. He's got a bit of a fortuitous roll. And putting Victor in a bit of trouble too, so I think he can see the edge of it for sure. No, maybe he can't. 9-ball just obscuring it enough. So you're gonna have to play you'd like to play this with catch the second reel and kick the 2 up onto the back reel and put. Oh, he played for the outside of the 2-ball. I didn't like his choice there. I would have played the kick underneath the 2 and put the 2 back up on the bulk reel and kept the cue ball back down here on the bottom reel. It's not an easy layout. He's ball in hand on the deuce. It needs to make a nice shot here. Probably draw 1 reel, siding, come up it and float up in behind between the 3 and the 5 and take the 3 back down into the bottom corner pocket. You'd want to be reasonably straight on the 3. Yeah, nicely played. Perfect weight. Nice gentle draw on the 3-ball. Float it down into the corner pocket. Leave himself a good position on the 4 to get to the 5. Stand on the bulk end with the cue ball. Claudio looking good here to even this match up at 5. Nice stun shot on the 8, leaves the 9 into the opposite corner. And that'll tie it all up at 5-5. Yep. Ulysses is shooting the 8 ball and the table next to it. And this is to take a 6-1 lead in that match against Felix Vogel, the junior world champion. Yep. And on the third table, Jan van Leer takes a 2-0 lead, continuing the form he's shown in his first match. I'll take a 2-minute break, guys, just to go get something to drink, and I'll be back. Thanks, guys. Just went and got something to drink to bring back in. Looks like Victor's about to take a 6-5 lead here. Yep. Victor back in front, 6-5. Oh. Sorry, I just noticed the third table there. And Gopi Cheng got a fortuitous roll on the 9 and clipped it, and it went in the corner pocket to tie the match up at 2-2 against Jan van Leeuwen. Okay, we'll go back to table 11 here with Victor breaking. Made the 1 in the side pocket, standard procedure, and he's perfect on the 2. Everything's in the out in the opens, so this should be a relatively routine run out. Basically stop on the 2, stop on the 3, stop on the 4. Leads to the 6-7. Yep. Now that was a very loose shot from Victor. It's not worry. Oh, sorry, I didn't see the 5 ball in the corner pocket. I thought he was on the 6 afterwards. Just the shine on the screen eliminated the 5 from me when it had been hung in the jaws. He's come up a little bit short on the 8 ball. Gonna have to run it around 3 reels. Nicely done by Victor. Shoot. 9 ball takes a 7-5 lead. Bit of a tactical back battle going on between Ulysses Yap and Felix Vogel on the middle table. Felix really hasn't had an open shot quite a few games. At least he's keeping his foot down. He knows how dangerous the kid can be. I think Claudio just taking his break. Felix tried to play the 2-9 combination, or 2-8 combination there. Didn't have much of a safety, so he hasn't left it easy. He's just gonna try and play the 2-8 combo now. Well, misses the 8 ball, but 2 balls came through and fell in behind it. Now he's going to have to come up with a safety on the 3 ball. That's a nice shot from Lucius. He's put the 3 ball behind the 9 and the 6 ball over by the 6. He can kick off the side reel, but I don't know how deep down the reel he can get. May have a possibility to kick it 1 reel in the corner if he can get deep enough on the reel. Take the cue ball on down. The reel onto the 5, which would leave the 4 in the corner. I think his main objective here is to try and get safe out of it, though. Yeah, he's looking higher on it, so he's trying to float the cue ball. He's going to slide off, try and slide off the 3 and float the cue ball in behind the 4 and 7. Okay, back here with the second of the quarterfinals. Victor makes the one ball in the side pocket. He has an option here. Run the 2 ball right up the reel. And 2 ways of playing it. Play it with a bit of speed and go 2 reels out for the 3, or float it out. Play it with a bit of gentle draw on the left-hand side and then float between the 3 and 9. Play a 2-way shot. Might be the best option. Yeah, that's exactly what he tried to do. Just float it down in, played it as a 2-way shot. It looks like he's got the coverage. Didn't make the 2, but he's got 7 between the 2 and the cue balls, so Clary is going to have to figure out what's going on, what way he can play the safety here. Or he can kick at the 2 off the reel and try and make it in the corner pocket. Claudio got a little bit lucky there in his left. He's went to the jump stick, so double bounce it. Yeah. Oh. Made a good hit. But I don't think he's come up with a fortunate roll after accidentally knocking the 8 ball in. He made the kick okay, but he's left the 2 hanging over the bottom corner pocket and giving Claudio another look at the table now. Claudio will want to get out from this position. Try and reduce the deficit from 7-5 to 7-6. It's actually a big game. If he gets out, it's down to a 1-game deficit. And game on still. He loses, he's down 8-5 with leaving Victor only needing 2 games and has the break. Quick rundown in the other matches. Alicia Shaps leading 8-1 against Felix. Jan Van Leer sneaked out to a 4-3 lead. As you've seen there, from where Claudio put his cue, he's come up a bit short and on the reel, and it looks like he's left himself pretty straight on the 6 ball. He might just have to take his medicine here and roll a 6 and take on the long 7. We'll see, maybe he can punch it in and get some. No, looks like he's just run it. Yeah, he just had to take his medicine, and he missed it. He's missed it. Oh, he just tried to give himself that wee bit of extra angle and room to put his hand on the cue ball, or hand on the table to shoot the cue ball. That's a huge mistake from Claudio. And giving Victor a huge advantage here. Yeah. So Victor now takes an 8-5 lead. And he has the break. Obviously, Claudio's hoping that he gets back to the table. Looks like Ulyss is in a very good position to get on the hill. Only has the 6, 7, 8, 9 left and in perfect position on the 6. And that's what Claudio didn't want to see. Nice break from Victor. 1 the side, 2 is sitting there nicely. Nice position. Balls are all open. Ulysses sinks the 9-ball to go 9-1 up on Felix Vogel. So he'd be breaking for the match. Nice shot from Victor there. Didn't try to force it, just made the pot. The 4-ball's hanging in the middle pocket, so he knew no matter what he had positioned, took the pressure off the 3-ball shot. And that 9-ball puts Victor on the hill with the break. 9-5. That's how fast 9-ball can change around. It was 5-5 a few minutes ago, and a bit of a tactical battle ended up with Victor taking the advantage, 6-5, and it's been Victor from there on. Ulysses has only got the 78-9 to take the win here against Felix Vogel. Ulysses has an on-ball for the match to be our first semi-finalist, or sorry, our second semi-finalist. Yep. Ulysses beats Felix 10-1. Very convincing performance by Ulysses. Nice break from Victor, but doesn't have vision on the 3. Table, he made 3 balls on the break, so the table's pretty wide open. Trying to figure out where to put the cue ball if he pushes. I don't think he'll take on the kick. Victor's struggling here to decide where he wants to put the cue ball. Yeah, you can see from that angle what he's looking at. Probably the safest option here. He's going to try and put the cue ball right on the back rail and leave a kick shot at the 3. Yep. That's what he's done. So he's pushed out and left the option up to Claudio whether to put him back in or take on the kick shot and try and put the cue ball back behind the 8 ball and send the 3 ball a couple of reels out into the middle of the table. Obviously, if he hits it right, he can make a 3 and leave the 4. But I think he's trying to put the cue ball back in behind the 8 ball. That's exactly what he tried, but he's overhit it a bit. Don't think he sold the shot out, but he's definitely given them clear vision at the 3 ball. This looks like to be absolutely perfect from Victor. Super safety shot there from Victor. So it looks like Claudio's only option here is to go airborne. Such a fine cut. I don't know if he can take on the cut. I don't see a path kicking at it from the side reel. Well, you can kick 2 reels. I just don't know if the cue ball has enough room to pass by the reel and pass the 9 ball. Risky shot no matter what. He may try to just swerve right around the 4. He's got enough distance on the table for the spin to take. That's a really nice shot. Now, I don't know if the gap is there between the 5 and 8. It looks to me that it could be. Claudio played the jump kick off the reel. it looks like he's got the option. He can go in between them. Ooh. Well, yep, all stopped just in time, I think. Victor has a good opportunity here now to close this match out. Closer to the middle pocket than Victor wanted, but he's on the 9. And there we go. Victor wins 10-5. Off to the semifinals. So we'll be coming back very shortly with the semifinal matches. Still not sure of the scheduling, whether we're running behind time or not. But we're going to have a big match in the next one with Mickey Kraus versus Victor Selinsky. That's their first year semifinals. It's Mickey Kraus versus Victor Selinsky.
This championship is being played with the new Aramith tournament set. Featuring a unique molecular structure, it guarantees razor-sharp precision and unsurpassed longevity. Unquestionably the best pool balls in the world, this set is available in a TV and a value pack version, as well as in the new My Aramith range of ball and cue cases. Now you can bring and play with the best ball set everywhere you go. My Aramith, bringing new dimensions to your billiards experience.
Welcome back, guys, to the Jacoby Scottish Open here at McGoldrick's Pullen Sports Bar in Glasgow. And we have the first of the semi-finals on the arena table. Mickey Krause versus Victor Solinsky. This should be a really, really good match. Both guys are running into some seriously good form, especially running into next week at the UK Open. Mickey with a break, didn't make the one this time, and Victor's put him in jail. Mickey's just figuring out his options, whether he wants to go airborne or play a two-reel kick. Looks like he's going to opt for the two-reel kick shot. Oh, he played the one reel. He played a punch off the one reel. Thought he was going to play two reels there. Try and kick the one down behind the balls. He's got away with it. So the opening game is going to be a little bit of a tactical battle here between the pair of them. Let's see who blinks first. The last of the quarterfinals is tied at 7-7 between Kupin Cheng and Jan van Leeuwen. So it's in a really good position as well. So they're fighting it out to get into the semi-final to face Ulysses Yap. That'll be coming up shortly in the semi-final, as soon as that match finishes. Just a bit of a containing shot there from Victor. Mickey went for the bank. Just played it in a two-way shot and has landed up dead behind the two ball. So once again, Victor's going to have to try and kick one reel. Play it with a lot of draw, shorten the reel up a bit. Yeah. He's left a bit of an opening for Mickey. Probably play the 1-6 rather than the 1. No, he's going to go 1-5. Danger with this shot is you play the 1-5 and the 5. The one ball could come off the reel and just freeze on top of the 6 or in a bad position. Oh, and he missed it. And as you've seen, the 1 actually froze up on the 6 as well, so he didn't actually have a shot in the 1 even if he made the 5. Now, depending on what the angle is between the two balls frozen, I don't know if Victor can slide the one ball onto the 5 and make it or not. Just with sliding the cloth, he may be able to even force the 1 through the 6, but then you're not sure where the ball's going to end up. Yeah, he was able to slide it through. one wasn't able to go past the 9, so Victor's played a really nice tight safety shot, putting the cue ball right in behind the deuce. Looks like Mickey's going to have to try and come off 2 reels here. Play the or the bottom reel, the high left hand side or right hand side, and swing between the side reel between the 7 and deuce, or 7 and 3. Sorry. No, maybe he does have the angle off the other opposite. Yeah, he's going to have to jack up. He's going to have to really swing this cue ball. Oh, he's made it. Oh. Wow. Little bit fortuitous there that he made the 1 ball. But he doesn't have a shot in the 2, so we're back to playing a bit of cat and mouse here, and another safety coming. He's going to try and put the cue ball right in behind the 4 ball, take the 2 back up the table. Yeah, he's come up a bit short on that. It had the right angle, just with lack of speed. He's left Victor with a... Again, it's hard to say whether he's got the angle to get past the 9 ball. It looks from here on the screen that he does, but he's taking a really, really close look at it, so it must be a lot tighter than it looks. Yeah. It's like I thought he didn't have the angle. Couldn't get past it, but he's left Mickey in with a clean shot on the deuce. So he has. Mickey's obviously seen something on the cue ball and he wants it cleaned off, so. We're not running a shot clock here at this event. So you can get the cue ball cleaned without worrying about your time. Cool. Got away with that. Got the kick on the knuckle of the side pocket and got away with the able to see the 3. That 7 ball on the reel, just in. He wants to try and get just high on the 7 and come up above the 9. No, he went underneath. Nice shot. Very nice shot. I didn't know if he had enough angle to do that, but very nice. Skipping over to the other match here, and this is Van Neer up to go 9-7 ahead. Yep. That surprises me. I thought he would have just floated that ball up there. He tried to play it with a bit of pace. And these pockets are starting to grab a lot more than earlier in the week when the cloth was new. So that ball just hung up. Remember this table, the arena table hasn't had as much play on it either as all the rest of the tables because there's no practice time or anything on this table, so it's had the fewest amount of matches on it. So there we go. First rack goes to Victor Selinski. He can feel a little bit fortunate with that one, as you can see in the background there. Kope Jing is at the table, down 9-7, so he really needs to be able to do something here to get out. Looks like he's got a shot at the one ball, the 1-2 combination. You can see in the background there, a bunch of the players are here practicing ahead of leaving. They head down to Telford for the UK Open. I see Moritz there, Hunter Lombardo, Christian. I know the three amigos are up there somewhere. A whole bunch of them are all in the room. Okay, here we go. Victor to break. Nice, drops the one in the corner, or in the side pocket, and he's got an open shot on the deuce. Natural follow through should take him onto the three. Just widen out the angle and take it above the 9 to the opposite rail. Should give him the angle on the 3 ball. Well, he missed the 2 and he's left. Oh, he hit that really bad. Like, hit it super thick. Usually the tendency is to overcut that. So looks like Mickey's going to the jump shot. He's using a new jump cue this week as well. It was a good attempt there. It was a tough shot. Have to get the cue ball up real fast and down on the table so you can get the shot without the cue ball jumping off the table. Really well positional shot there from Victor. Left himself a nice angle in the four to draw straight out. Better bottom right hand side and pull himself back into basically the same position. A little bit higher, but out into that area for the 5 ball. Oh, he got away with that one. Didn't put any but right hand side on that at all, just played straight draw. Looks like Victor's going to take an early 2-0 lead here. Just got enough more bounce off that back rail. He was watching it very intensely there. I think he thought he underhit it a bit. There you go, 2-0 Victor. Back to the last of the quarterfinal matches, and Jan Van Leerp's at the table, leading 9-7. Oh, and he misses it there, and that's Kopin Cheng back at the table. Okay, back to the main arena table. Victor makes the one ball, but doesn't have a. You can see the two, but he doesn't have a clean shot pot. So he'll come up with a safety play here. Victor's put him in the nice safety. And play the one real kick, try and hit it full and draw the cue ball back. He did, but he's brought the 2-ball back up the table and hung it out over the middle pocket. And that's a bit of a poor safety shot out of Victor. He's given Mickey a nice a nice open shot on the 3. Perfect. Nice and smooth run out from Mickey there. 9 ball to make it 2-1. Very nice. So that puts Mickey on the board. So Mickey will have the break, 2-1 down. The referee just having to mark the 3 ball to take the rack out. Nice break from Mickey. Cue ball got kicked high. He's got a shot on the 2s. Long, smooth stroke. Oh. That looked very fast and a little bit snatchy from Mickey. Definitely not how he was shooting in the last match. Nicely done by Victor there. Was a little worried for a second I wasn't going to get there, but cue balls were nicely dropped in behind the 6. He's left the 2 open. It's a big jump shot. Yeah, you're going full table and jump. You have to get the ball over and fast as well because of the distance between the cue ball and the 6. So he's left Victor in on the deuce. Nice solid stroke out of Victor there. Nice little just draw with the reeling off. Gets him on position for the 4. Out for the 5 now. This is the shot. Nicely done. A little stun left hand side and just to throw the ball 2 reels and out. Victor takes a 3-1 lead. And the other semi-finals now set. It's Ulysses Yap versus Jan van Leerup, who just beat Kope Chen 10-7. So the next semi-final will be Ulysses Yap versus Jan van Leerup. Once again, Victor makes the one on the side, comes back across, the cue ball comes twice, 3 times back across the table, and he's got a shot on the 3 ball. It's a deeper cut than it looks on the screen. You gotta feather this ball and really just throw it into the pocket. Nice shot. Very nice. He's got the angle to go off one reel and back out for the 5 in the same pocket. Nicely done. Stroke this in, leaves himself a 6-ball. Side pocket, 7 back down for the. I would expect him to get out here. And with that 9, Victor takes a 4-1 lead. Fortuitous little double kiss on the 3-ball, puts the 3 in the corner. Doesn't give him a clean shot at a pot on the 1, but still in control of the table. The biggest thing about 9 balls being in control of the table. That was a nice effort out of Victor. He tried to put the cue ball right down behind the 8-ball and take it 1 to the far side. Unfortunately, he's left Mickey with a straight M1 ball. Just like a long practice shot on the 1. Nice smooth stroke, just kill the cue ball. It'll just pull out over towards the deuce. That shot on the deuce was just, that's what the kind of shot pro players love to play. It's so easy. Just a nice, smooth, gentle draw, stun shot on the proper angle. This is exactly what Mickey needed. Gets it back to 4-2. Brings the match back. Feel like that game could be really pivotal. Once again, a nice break from Mickey. Got the opportunity to float the two ball up into the corner pocket. Oh, he hit that thick again. He's hit the last few shots thick when he's been trying to do that cut underneath the ball. Don't know if he's just not seeing the ball right at the moment, but I think Victor got himself caught in two minds there. It looked like he decelerated on the stroke at the last minute. And tried to just play a real slow shot, drop the ball in the pocket and take the long three. But sold out. This is all Mickey needs. Again, this game's all about millimeters at times. Most of the time, it's played between your ears. I mean, all these guys can all pop balls all day long. But you get that little bit of indecisiveness. And then Dyke comes in. Only takes you to make one mistake, and then the Dyke starts to on the next shot, and then it elevates if you miss that one. Best players deal with it the best. They're able to block it out. There we go, we're back down one game. Match, it's 4-3 now for Victor. Looks like the other semifinals underway on table 11. Trying to keep on time here and get the final started at 8 o'clock local time. So Alicia starts off with ball in hand here. All right, we're back to the arena table. Mickey breaking. Yeah, one ball in the side pocket. Looks like he's increased the speed of his break in this set. Last break I thought he was breaking just a little bit soft, but he's increased it quite a bit in this one. That's actually an exceptional putt under the circumstances. Nice little just stun onto the reel and leave himself the 4 straight down the reel and be able to float down on the 5. Yeah, you had to elevate over the 8 ball, so when you have to elevate, you end up pushing the cue ball just a hair. Yeah, he pushed through the cue ball. And with these 4-inch pockets, you don't have to miss very much, and you're not going to make the shot. It's just the way it is. So Victor back at the table with a golden opportunity to take a 2-goal lead again. All right. Thinking football there. Sorry about that. Take a 2-game lead in the match. Nice recovery there by Victor on a poor positional shot from the 3 to the 4, or from the 4 to the 5. This is a lot tighter than Victor really wanted. I think he's just barely got there. Yeah, he did. So it looks like Victor's going to take a 5-3 lead. So table 11, the second semifinal. I think this is Ulysses at the table. We're definitely down to the. You can tell the players are feeling it a little bit now. We're down to the nitty-gritty portion of the tournament. That's a very nice shot from Jan. Anyway, back over to the arena table. Nice break once again. I don't think the 2 goes past the 6 into the middle pocket, so we're going to get into a little bit of safety play again. Here's a little bit of a dangerous shot. You can come up short here. Yeah, he looks like he's going to try and push the 2 all to the top rail. You could try to play the 2 just past the 6 and put the cue ball on the 6 ball, but touchy-feely shot under this pressure. I don't know if you want to do that. I don't know if the cue ball got there or not. Again, when you have to play these slow roll shots, you need to be so precise on the angle and so precise with the speed. And it looks like he's just got enough of it to force Mickey into taking out the jump cue. Such a good shot. That was such a good shot from Mickey. He really needs one more really nice shot, positional shot here from the 3 to the 4. And he's favourite to get out. Excellent stroke he put on that. Nice little bit of draw left hand side and bring it back off the rail out for the 4. I think Mickey was thinking that that cue ball was going to dab it or off that back rail. Nice shot though. Nice shot in the 9. Makes it 5-4 for Victor. Back over to table 11. Oh. Nice kick from Jan van Leeuwen. Gets the virtuosist roll into the side pocket. Yeah, it was a nice stroke. Jan just goes quietly about his business. Doesn't get involved with other players and stuff. Doesn't hang around, does his own thing. But has really turned into a solid, smooth player. last 3 balls to tie it up at 1-1 early in that match. Obviously, it only just got going. There we go, 1-1. Straight back over onto the arena table. Will Mickey ready to break. Mickey's changing where the ball is in the box. I noticed that. Same result though. Makes the one nicely in the side. Has the shot on the deuce, but the 3, getting to the 3 is going to be difficult. He's on the wrong side of the 2. I don't know if he can force the angle or not. And did he ever force that? What a sweet shot. Really forced that cue ball through the 2 ball onto the back rail with a ton of check siding. I think he came up just a little short of where he wanted to be on that. I think he was trying to get high on the 7 so as he could follow through and off the back rail and up. Yeah, he really had a power stroke that through the cue ball. Dangerously close to the middle pocket. Okay, we got a bit getting ready to tie this up at 5-5. Nicely poised. Halfway through the match. Even Steven. 5-5. I will be back in one moment. Okay, I'm back again. Looks like Victor just took a one-game lead in the one semi-final. You're back over on the table 11, the second semi-final, watching Jan van Leeuwen who's leading 2-1. Really nice 6-ball. Cue ball up in behind the 7. Gentle draw in behind the 8 here. Yep. Left himself enough of an angle just to come back out on top of the 9-ball. And yeah, it's just about to take a 3-1 lead. There we go. 3-1. Back to the arena table. Victor with put a bit more into that break. Made the 1 ball, but he doesn't have a shot in the 2s. So he's going to have to play a push out somewhere. Kind of laugh at Victor. He walks around like he really doesn't know what to do. Meanwhile, the gears are turning so strong. In his mind, he's really focused in on what he wants to do. He may even go to the jump and try and kill the cue ball. No, he's just putting the cue ball up on the back rail. That was sort of fast. Yeah, very fast. I thought I wanted to freeze him on the back rail. Just where the 3 balls positioned, this rack's going to be very tactical. Like we were saying earlier, Mickey's been doing an awful lot of playing at different disciplines, 1 pocket especially. Those are the kind of little shots that come up in 1 pocket where you try to maneuver little balls around. It's really good for your safety game. So it is. That time it didn't work out, but he's left Victor with an open shot on the deuce. Yeah. He was trying to cover the 2 ball completely there. I think he's going to check this cue ball and leave it right in behind the 4 ball. Underheaded a bit. It's not as difficult as what it could have been. He could have really froze him up tight to the back of the 4. Well, there's the first blink. He's left Mickey with a 2 to the side. I thought Victor overhit that shot. Could played the kick and tried to put the cue ball back down in behind the 7 and 4. He played it with a lot more pace than I thought he would. Ooh. I don't know whether he can make a 3 or not. Really try to check off that back rail and leave himself the 3, but it looks very, very tight. He might be able to just load it up with a lot of right-hand English and hold, like push through with the cue ball and hold it on line. Yep, that's exactly what he done. Very nicely done. Yeah, so what I meant there by that shot was that when you load a cue ball up with the inside and cut across the ball, the balls will sort of hold together for a millisecond, and just you can adjust the angle just a hair. He just left himself a little bit awkward where he was putting his hand over the top of the 7 and had to bridge high and just forcing the cue ball. And you get that push effect on the object ball. He just took it off line of here. These are critical little mistakes. Getting down into the meat of the match. Looks like Victor's going to take a 2-game advantage, go 7-5 ahead here. Very nice. Yeah, Mickey he's made a couple of errors lately in this match. He just doesn't seem to be in the same flow as he was in that match against Eklinkachi. Back over to table 11. Ulysses is trying to grab a game back here, make it 3-2. Oh, just when I say that. That's astonishing. It happens to the best. You just take your eye off the ball for a second. Easy shot to miss, the easy shots. Just a lack of concentration at the last second. You cough up pretty much a gimme rack. He's just letting Jan get control again. Okay, back over onto the arena table. Victor Bregan. Once again, a very strong break. One in the corner, one on the side and 2 in the bottom corner. Again, he's got a tough opening 3 ball. Any of you that don't know, these are all 4-inch pockets. So they're not loose. You got to hit them in the heart most of the time. One nice stroke here. Yep, very nice. Take the cue ball off 2 reels. A little bit of right hand side and bring it back out. He's going to go 1. He might even go 1 reel down behind this 6 for the 5. No, it looks like he's getting up the same way as I said. Oh, again. That was very, very fast out of Victor. Down in less than 2 strokes, took the shot. Not giving himself enough time to settle. I don't think it's pressure. I just think these guys they're getting tired from the week of play. So the few silly mistakes are creeping into the games. That was a nice solid stroke out of Mickey. Every time you can put a full stroke on the ball, the better you are. Not babying shots. Yeah, it's a race to 10, guys. The ones that are asking in the live chat. So Mickey tightens the gap, back to 7-6. Back onto Table 11 again, at least she's at the table. That's a nice little shot. Oh. That could have ended up a lot nicer for him with the 2-ball. He does have him solid behind the 4, 5, and 8. But is it out far enough that he can put enough spin on the ball to get over? Well, we're going to jump back over now to the arena table. And once again, Mickey's moved the cue ball a little in the box there to where he's breaking. He's just trying to find that perfect spot where he's getting the one on the side and still coming up with a shot in his next ball. Nice shot on the 2 here. Just pull the cue ball to the reel out again. Give himself position on the 3. There you go. Got a perfect angle just to draw high of the 4 ball. Cue ball wants to slow down a bit. Got enough on that angle to come off the 1 reel and back over for the 6. Not an easy shot though. Cue ball's just off the 1 reel. You're bridging it over the side pocket. Nicely done. That was a nice stroke. Back in perfect position. Stun on the 6. Yep. Stun on the 7 ball and float down for the 9. And this 9 ball to tie it up, 7-7. Racing to 10. We're down to race to 3, guys. I don't know if you listen, you can just clip the edge of the 4 ball here or not. From this angle, it looks like you can just clip the edge of the 4. Okay, we'll get back to that one, but Mickey breaking off here, 7-7. He's made the one ball, but the bridging over the top of the 4 to the deuce is very tough. And the 3 ball's wedged tight on the reel, just a half ball above center pocket. So getting onto that is going to be tough from here. You take on the slow roller down to the corner. Just caught it a hair thick. I don't think Victor can see it directly, so it's going to be a tough shot. And I think he's probably on the wrong side of the 5 to spin off the reel. And he was able to do it. It's his best option. Now, does he play the 3 reel, put the cue ball, or the 3 ball in the back reel, bottom reel down behind the 7 and 6? Yeah, that's what he's looking at. Take the cue ball up in behind the 4 or on the back reel. Just don't want the 3 ball to widen out on the second reel and come down and sit over this bottom corner, left-hand corner pocket. No, he hit it really nice. Just didn't get underneath the 9 ball. Still a good shot, though. Put the 3 ball right up where he wanted it and got a fortuitous double kiss off the 7 and 6 ball and fell dead flush in behind the 6. Victor's got a 1 reel kick shot. Yeah, it's a little unfortunate. Hit that 4 right behind it and hit the 3 end of the 4 and froze there. had to really force the cue ball through the object ball and off the reel and out for the six ball. And from 7-5-9, Mickey's going to take an 8-7 lead. That's how quickly this game can turn around. One unforced error, and the match is back to being a one-game difference. So Jan van Leerup is really running along nicely here. He's up 5-1. He's on the 7. Little stun draw off the reel and out for the 8. Yep. Stroke the 8 ball up into the corner, leaves the 9 ball to take a 6-1 lead over Alicia Schaap. Ooh, he hit that bad and got away with it. Yeah. I think he thought he got a bit of a kick on the ball there. Hit that ball so short. The only good thing is these reels are so new and they just slide. And he didn't get as much deflection off the reel as what normal you would on used cloth. Yep, and that's a 6-1 lead now for Van Leer. Sorry, the guys are taking a break, so I used the time to take a quick break there, but looks like Mickey's made a really good break. This could be put him on the hill. Yeah, he doesn't want to go too far. Nicely done. This to get on the hill. Nicely done. And it puts Mickey on the hill. Back to table 11 in the other semi-final. It was a nice effort. Ulysses is in position here. Needs to get one going. Okay, back to the main arena table again. That's another strong break. And Mickey has a perfect opportunity here to close the match out. Yeah, he gets two ball in the corner and just float up near enough straight in line with the 3, and he can float down for a 9-4 combo, 4-9 combo. Exactly where he needed to be. He float the cue ball down in behind 4 here. Nicely done. Mickey has this to win the match. And from 7-5 down, Mickey has went on a tear and won the last 5 racks to close out Victor Selinski and move on to the final with a 10-7 win. It was strong play. Last 3 racks he didn't let Victor back to the table, so. Okay, so we're back over to table 11 in the other semi-final. Ulysses looks like he's going to get out here and close that deficit down to 6-2. He really needed this. Okay, sorry about that. Ulysses made the 9 ball, and we're back on. So it looks like Jan van Leerup's taking his break. So it'll be a few moments and we'll be back with Ulysses to break. So while we're in a little break, I'm just watching on the other monitor here the World Snooker Final. And Zhang Xtong has a commanding 7 frames to 1 lead over Mark Williams. I was watching a little bit of it earlier, and like, the kid's fearless and he ain't missing. Mark needs a big session here. Oh, and just as I spoke, Mark took on a big shot there. Really needed to drop it, missed, and he's left Zhao in the pack. Well, that's surprising. Zhao missed a straight up shot. So just saw an interesting stat come across the snooker screen there. Average shot time is 23 seconds for Mark Williams and 20 seconds for Zhao. And any of you out there that know snooker, that's fast. They ain't hanging about. Okay, so we're back on the table. Release just the break. That's unfortunate. Nice break from Ulysses. And as he was just rolling back across, he just nudged the 9 and then landed on the rack and fell back in behind the 9. It's one of the things we use in the template rack that can happen. Julian, one of the WNT referees there, having to remove the 9 ball so you get the rack out. Or template, whatever way you want to call it. I don't think Ulysses will take this on. I think this is safety play. You play the two balls straight up and down the line that you see in the bulk end of the table there. You run the cue ball with some high ball off one reel and in behind the six. That's exactly what he tried, but just overcut the two ball. He still got a hook out of it, which is a bonus. But I know he wanted him dead behind that six ball in that shot. Really put him in jail. Yeah, that was a tough shot. Cue ball's only about an inch or so off the back rail. You have to slow roll the ball into a 4-inch side pocket. There isn't much room for error because you got to aim to the outside of the pocket for it to drop. And he just caught the point. Jan done the exact same thing there. He just caught the double knuckle. Isn't hard to do on these pockets. Especially those side pockets, they're treacherous. That's a well-played shot from Ulysses. Yeah, you can see where he pointed with the cue. He won the 2-ball right on the back rail. This way, Jan has a nice chance to hit. Play off the rail, load it up with a bit of right-hand side, and spin off 2 reels and back down. Pot it and back down for the 3. It's nearly natural. Oh, you overdone it. Oh, and you got the worst possible outcome. Giving up ball in the hand. Got the kick off the point and straight in the middle and sent the cue ball straight down into the corner pocket. Ulysses now has a good opportunity to get back another game. Ulysses is now in prime position to get another one back. That was a nice shot from the 2 to the 3. Using the Z shot back and forth off the 2 reels. Slow down. Slow down. He really didn't want to be. Gonna have to punch this in now and come off the reel and out for the 6. Or he could play to the short side on the 6, but you probably play this with a little bit of punch and come out off the reel. Yep. It's a little tougher than what he wanted for the 6, but there we go. Ulysses taking another one back, so it's now 6-3. He's half the deficit. Okay, Ulysses is getting set to break again. He missed the one ball high, and I think he's left the one ball. No, probably not. Can't really tell. Or you can see enough of it, or where you can play just a safety shot off the edge of the one. So obviously you can't see through there, so he's a push out there. So Ulysses has opted to put Jan back in. Played a nice kick, he just didn't get the run of the one. Still not easy from here. A lot of work still to be done in this rack. And Jan takes it out to 7-6, or 7-3, sorry. Needs only 3 more racks to go to the final and face McGee Christ. And I'm back, guys. Sorry about that. I had to go get some refreshment. My mouth was starting to dry up. Okay, so Jan's 8-3 up, breaking. Nice break. Natural angle, cutting the 2-ball in. 2 reels up for the 3. I don't know if the 2-ball's a little thicker than he likes. To let the cue ball just run 2 reels in a round. Yeah, maybe he was just getting too close. He's going to try and play it in off the 8-ball. Nicely done, but needed to draw the cue ball a bit more than that. Looks like he's going to take the cut on. Let the cue ball come down. Back reel, side reel. I don't think he has the bank availability. I think the 7's blocking the 4-ball. Oh, he did have it. Thought the 7-ball was a little higher than that. Now this is the shot he needs to. I don't know if he's going to go 2 reels tonight in a round, or whether he's drawing one. Looks like he's going to draw 1 reel. Yeah. Get away from that metal pocket. Oh. That's the danger of that shot. He hit that so good. It's just unfortunate. This isn't easy by any manners or means. You only need to be off a hair in this ball job. That's a nice shot. So he cuts the deficit by one again. So now he at 4. Okay, let's see if Yap can get back into this match. He needs a big break here. He just doesn't find his break on this table. One ball's going high every single time. It's a nice solid shot out of Jan. That 5 ball by the 7's got to be moved. I wonder if he's got the angle just to nudge onto the 7 here. Yep, he did. Nice shot. Just the added difficulty of having to cue out over the 7 ball here. Punch 2 reels and out and around. Nice shot. Very well controlled with the cue ball. Another unforced error rid of Jan there. Just after he played 2 really good shots to get in position. He doesn't really want to be giving Yap too many chances here. He wants to try and get this match closed out. If Yap figures that break out, let's play this with a little bit of draw left hand side and just kill the cue ball off the reel. Yep. He overhit that a bit. I thought he would have played a little softer than that. Maybe he just got a bit more bounce off the reel than he thought he was going to get. Yeah. Exactly where he was pointing on the table. It's just overhitting each shot. Just by a hair, but could haunt him. That was a much better delivery of the cue. I noticed earlier he was a wee bit snatchy on shots. Yep, 8-5. Ulysses is starting to creep back into this match. Okay, Ulysses to break here in the 14th rack. Let's see if he makes the adjustment. Yes, he has. There we go. There's the adjustment. Oh, the 5-ball just crept into line with the 2-ball. The 2-ball was getting in, it hit the 6 and stopped. Or it would have been perfect on the 3-ball. Mickey Christ is sitting on the sidelines waiting for the winner of this match to come out over to play him in the final. Yap's trying to figure out what he wants to do here. He's taking a look at playing the kick off the back rail, feathering the 2-ball and bringing it back out. Now he's going to looking at pushing. It's difficult either way, whatever he does. And he's pushed the 9 onto the 4 and given up the shot on the deuce. But yeah, needs just one good positional shot on the 3-ball to get down from the 3 to the 4 below it, and he can freeze Ulysses up on top of the 9-ball. Well, that one juggled its way into the pocket, but it's in. Now Jan has a perfect position to draw it deep below the 4. Giving himself to lock Yap up in behind the 9-ball. Oh, he's went for the break. Oh. That I didn't expect. I thought he was going to draw below it and leave himself the freeze up. Just a few errors creeping into Jan's game at the moment. And allowing Ulysses to get out into the match again. He's played so good up to now. He's in a really, really difficult position here. Doesn't really matter what he does. He's got to kick this with speed. And hope that he gets a fortuitous roll and doesn't sell out. Yeah. Snatched that very fast. He's just let Yap back in again. So that's 3 costly errors so far in the last 3 games. It's allowed Ulysses back into the match. Now things start to really tighten up if Ulysses can get out here. Makes it 8-6. And it only gets tougher from here for Jan. Because every time he makes that mistake, the more pressure he's putting on himself. Ulysses should get out here. This 9 to make it 8-6. So Yap's just rolled off the last 3 games from errors out of Jan. Unforced errors as well, to be honest. Just missed a couple of balls that he shouldn't have missed. Just losing a bit of focus. And then that last shot there, unless he just caught it too pure, with the using the extension, and they got more spin on the ball than he thought he was going to get on it. But I honestly couldn't have thought that he was trying for the break out there. Anyway, we got a match again. Okay, yeah, made the adjustment in the last rack with the break. Let's see if he can keep that going. Oh no, he made the adjustment, but overdrew the cue ball and went one reel and followed the one ball in with the cue ball. He's giving Jan a perfect opportunity here. There's nothing clustered. Everything's in the open. Jan should be able to get this rack out. He's not going to get a better chance to get on the hill with it. Basically, in this rack, every ball leads to the next ball, so it's just like using a potting drill. Looks like he's just trying to figure out if he wants to put the cue ball on the reel and come around the back of the 9, or he's decided to come up. Just needs to sun the cue ball off the 7, off the reel and out for the 8. Leave himself virtually straight in on the 8. Stop and make the 9. Oh my goodness. Really? I was actually watching him cue on that one. And I seen him lift at the last second. I actually just watched the replay. He didn't lift it. He dropped his arm, trying to just kill the cue ball. I think he's starting to feel the nerves. That's very dangerous. That you couldn't have asked for an easier out. Really. It's unfortunate. Happens to everybody. You start questioning yourself over the shot. Change your mind in the middle of a shot, what you're going to do with it. It's crazy. And one shot leads into the next. very hard to drop those mistakes and forget about them. I don't like to see it. So there's only a 1-game difference now. It's 8-7 for Jan. But that means that Yap has taken the last 4 racks. And he wasn't favoured in either one of the racks. While we're going, I'll give a shout out to some of the sponsors once again. Remember here at McGoldrick's Sports, Pull Hall and Sports Bar in Glasgow for the Scottish Open. Title sponsors Jacoby Hughes out of the US. Brandon Jacoby himself is here for this event. It's nice to see that he came over for the match, or for the tournament. I think he's heading down to Telford after this. Onboard Sportswear, another one of the sponsors. You want to look good? Get yourself an Onboard shirt. Okay, Ulysses figured that one out. This time he didn't get as much draw on the ball, more side. Again, I can't see from the monitor whether he's got vision on the 2 ball, but the 3 ball's at the top end of the table. And he's against the 2, so he'd be going in the wrong direction. He had to force something to get there. Yap's down, taking a real hard look, but he's decided against it. He doesn't think he can get it, so he's going to push. Interesting push. I don't know whether he's left it or... Don't really think that's exactly where he wanted to leave it. Well, Jan has put Yap back in again, so... Like I said, I don't think that's exactly where Ulysses wanted to leave the cue ball, but I'm sure he had an idea of what he originally wanted to do, but now he's in the position he has to make a shot here. He might try to just play a full ball kick and put the 2 ball over. Oh no, you can see the edge of the 2. No, he couldn't. Yeah, he played a full kick. Oh, it's a great shot. Nice shot. Sometimes it's hard to see on the monitor here, guys. Exactly what they're looking at. That's a good returning shot from Jan. Puts that Ulysses into a really, really bad position here. He's going to spin. Now, if he went to the right-hand side of the 2-ball, it would be, he'd be kicking the 4-ball and not getting enough on the 2. So he's going to play the kick and try and put the cue ball, take the 2 into the corner pocket and take the cue ball back up a reel. He missed the edge. It's the right idea. He just didn't catch the edge of the 2-ball. Once again, Jan has another opportunity here. Really only needs one really good positional shot. From the 2 to the 3. First shot when you get ball in hands, probably one of the most important. Get yourself in position. That's the first job done. A little bit of stun draw off the reel for the 4. Yep. That's right. Exactly where his Q-tip was there. He wants the cue ball. Natural angle to cut the 5 in, take the cue ball 1 reel and out for the 6. He might have went a bit too high there. Which means he has to force this a bit. Yeah, he's having to force this ball. Nicely done. Don't think he got as high as what he wanted to be there, though. Probably another 6 inches further up would have been a much easier shot. And a much nicer shot, just even for position on the 7. He has to bear down here and make this shot. Once again, the mistakes are creeping in. He's getting very punchy with those strokes under pressure. You need to lengthen that stroke out of touch there and just smooth stroke it. He punched that. Did not follow through on the cue ball with the cue. Yaps once again in position to capitalize on a mistake from Jan. It's got to be a very lonely place out there for Jan right now, sitting in his seat. It's 4 straight racks that he's had in his clutches and let them go. It's now, you idiot. We're all tied up. Yes, Mickey Christ is already in the finals waiting. He will play the winner of this match. Yeah, when you make one error and then follow it up with another one, it starts to put the doubt in your mind on your shots. You start double thinking exactly how you should play the shot. It's very hard to get your head clear and leave those mistakes behind, but Jan has to do something here. Well, this is the first time that Ulysses has got a clean shot on his break in all the racks. And the table's wide open. So from 8-3 behind to all tied up at 8, and this is the first look at the table for Ulysses off the break with a clean shot and an open table. And trust me, these tables are starting to tighten up quite a bit from day one. The cloth's been worn in. There's been a ton of matches on them, ton of practice play on them, so these jaws are getting super tight. So as it was said there is no easy shots on these tables right now. You don't have to miss by very much to miss a shot. No, there's no shot clock. This event's being run without the shot clock in position. He's changed his mind. He was going to play the draw shot. Now he's just going to float out around, punch the cue ball past the 7 and go off 2 reels. This is what I mean about changing your mind in the middle of a shot. Because if you miss that, you start talking to yourself. But he made the shot, so he's in good position right now. Yeah. Like I said, this is the first open rack that Yap's had a chance to run a rack out with a break and run. And it's in the crucial rack. This is to go on the hill, take a 9-8 lead from being 8-3 behind to now being 9-8 and one rack away from the win and into the final against Mickey Krause. Mickey Krause beat Victor Selinski in the other semi-final, 10-5. Okay, let's see if Yap can pull another one out. Well, he's got the one ball, but it's in control. He's got a clean shot on the two ball, so he can play a really nice safety here. He's a couple of options. You can play a stun on the right hand side and bring the cue ball down the long reel here and in behind the 3 and take the 2 above the 4 or 5 ball and the 8 ball. Or he can go off the top side of the 2 and take the cue ball up behind the 7 and leave the 2 ball back below the 5 and 8 ball. And that was your third option. It takes away a lot of angles by doing that shot. I just didn't know if he could get enough past the 5 ball to get the cue ball onto the back of the 5. Yeah, he's taking quite a few. He's really only giving him one option. One reel. There is a 2 reel shot there. You just got to dig into the cue ball a bit and get it to 3 reels and kick the 2, but he really needs a bit of luck out of this one. Oh, what a nice shot. Good hit. But yeah, has left a bit of a cut on the deuce. So Ulysses can actually hit this with a bit of authority. A bit of left hand side and come. It doesn't look like that's what he's. You can play the stick shot, just stick the cue ball right behind the 7 and send the deuce all the way back down here. That's if he doesn't fancy the pot. Yeah, no, it looks like he is going to go for the pot and let the cue ball travel 3 reels. Yep, that was the shot. Okay, he needs one more nice positional shot on the 5 ball here to drop it in the middle pocket to get on the 6. Get the cue ball back to basically where it's sitting. Yeah. Even better. Didn't want to take the risk of getting stuck in behind the net. He had enough. He was straight enough that he could power through with the siding. One real punch with a little bit of drop right hand side and bring it back out to the 6. I think he might just got away with that. That was dangerous. Anytime you're not going to put that full stroke and you try to feather the ball in, you tend to push the ball a wee bit. And he overdrew it a hair. But back cutting the 6 ball, so going to put the extension on just to give himself that little bit of extra weight in the back end of the cue. Allow the cue to stroke through the shot, give himself a little bit more leverage, put a longer stroke on the ball. I think something just caught his eye there to the left. Nicely done. Yeah, that's a great shot. Yep. 9 ball for the match. And to go to the final of the Scottish Open against Mickey Christ. And he does. So I'm going to take a quick break. We'll be back and set up with the finals in about 10 minutes, I would assume. We have to do the announcements in and get the players into the main arena table. Thank you, guys. We'll be back shortly.
This championship is being played with the new Aramith tournament set. Featuring a unique molecular structure, it guarantees razor-sharp precision and unsurpassed longevity. Unquestionably the best pool balls in the world, this set is available in a TV and a value pack version, as well as in the new My Aramith Ranger of Ball and cue cases. Now you can bring and play with the best ball set everywhere you go. My Aramith, bringing new dimensions to your billiards experience.
Okay. Good evening. It is that time. We have reached the final. The Jacoby Scottish Open. This is our 3rd edition. And it's been a great tournament. It's been a long 5 days. I can't believe it's the 5th day already. 5 great days of pool here at McGoldrick's in Glasgow. And we're here at the final moment. Aloysius Yap against Mickey Krause in the final. We are going to have a new winner of this event. Thank you very much for joining us, folks. I can see the views are just building as they take a little bit of time between that amazing semi-final. Who expected that Aloysius Yap to come back? Jan van Leerop was in full control. Full control for such a long time in that match, and then Yap just turned it up a notch. I did say at the start of the day I felt like on the bottom half of the draw, Yap was the best player, and he's proven it. So Yap is going to have a warm-up rack here. He has just come off the table, but of course it is a different table. Have we seen Yap on this TV table actually this week? Maybe once. Mickey's been on this table a few times. I mean, even today he's been on the table a couple of times. So Aloysius is just going to take a few shots just to try and get used to how the table plays. It should be said that the table that we have here, the table number, is it 21? Table 21, the one that's been brought in specifically for this event. The pockets do play slightly bigger than the tables on the outside. So Yap is coming from 4-inch pockets to 4 1/4. And I think that's going to suit him quite well. Mickey's been having a hit for a little while. Just towards the end of that match, Mickey came on and took a few practice racks. So he's been warmed up already. There's Dave Black, you can see his head. He's going to be joining me in the booth. My name is Graham Hamilton. It's been a pleasure taking you through a few of these matches. I was fortunate enough to call the first game and then a couple over the last couple of days. Always a pleasure taking everyone through. And then, as I say, Dave Black, you can see his head there on the left-hand side. He's going to join us. Dave is the photographer. As Julian just gets him into position. Dave is the photographer for the event as well. So he's going to take a few snaps of the finalist, and then he's going to join me in here. You can check out Dave's work. He's taking photos all week, and he's also going to be taking photos at the UK Open next week. Q-Snap Photography on Facebook. So ladies and gents, watching us live, let me know your thoughts on this match. It's a race to 10. Krause against Yap for the Scottish Open title. Vital ranking points, of course, for the Reyes Cup. And for Mickey, the Moscone Cup. Give us your predictions. Who's going to win this match? And what do you think the score is going to be? There's Julian Roper. Great referee. He's been our head referee all week. He is a machine. I mean, he could referee for 24 hours straight and you won't see him tire once. Very, very focused individual. Mickey just putting something into his bottle of water then. It must be some kind of vitamin tablets. Interesting tactic. I might try that myself at the UK Open next week. Not that I'm going to be in it for very long. Just having a wee look at the chat. Mostly Mickey, I think, that people are backing at the moment. So let's see how it goes. Okay. So Aloysius is just knocking in a few balls, getting us ready. Got someone saying yap for the win. At least let him rest 30 minutes. Well, yeah, to be fair, it is a packed schedule here. These guys are used to going on and off the table. I'm sure it won't bother Yap one bit. So, practice rack is over. In fact, no, I think Yap is going to go for another practice. Be a couple of minutes before we kick off here. Okay, who's going to win? Jamie Hall says 10-5 for Mickey Krause. Mickey Krause has been on fire. As soon as he turned up today, he has been on fire. He blew away FSR in the last 16. He blew away Eklund Kachi in the quarter-final. Zielinski ran him a little bit close at 10-7. All of Mickey Krause's matches, in fact, aside from the very first one, all of Mickey Krause's matches have been on this table. So I wonder if that's going to be an advantage. It's 3 consecutive matches on the stream table for Mickey Krause. Is that going to help him? Or is it going to help Yap coming from table number 11 with slightly smaller pockets? I wonder. Well, it's been a great 5 days. And don't forget, ladies and gents, you've only got 1 day to wait until it all starts again. The UK Open starts on Tuesday in Telford. WNT.TV for the live stream. Or if you're close to the area, just come down and watch. There's Julian Roper getting ready for the match. He's putting in his stretches. That's nice to see. Takes it so seriously, Julian, and rightly so. One of the best referees in Britain. And he'll be at the UK Open as well. So just a couple of formalities to get out of the way before we kick this one off, and the players just taking the opportunity to hit a few more balls. Thanks for the comment there. Pro Level AVG, you've been with us since the very first match of the tournament. And you're here for the last couple of years, so it's really great to see you. Thank you for keeping us company, and in fact, you've been up since 6 a.m. this morning, if I remember you from the last 16 match earlier at the start of the day. So you've had a long day getting up for the pool here. So, and rightly so, I would do exactly the same. Okay, a couple of formalities, as I say, to get out of the way. So I will be back in a couple of moments to take you through the final of the Jacoby Scottish Open. course, let's not forget that is Brandon Jacoby in the middle, the owner of Jacoby Custom Cues, our main sponsor for the event. Great having Brandon and his crew behind him. Great having them here. Julian fitting in just nicely to that photo. Okay, there's Elliot Sanderson, of course, a massive part of the Jacoby Scottish Open. He is our house pro here at McGoldrick's, sponsored by Jacoby. So, the players are going to be introduced now. So I'll hand you over to an MC, who is Anthony Dundas.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, we will be beginning our final in a minute or two, but before we do, a mention of our title sponsor, Jacoby Custom Cues, and a massive round of applause for Brandon and all the team come all the way from Wisconsin. Real excellent to be here with us this week. Always a pleasure having you here, folks. Thank you very much. Our final played in a race to 10 racks. Our referee for the final is Julian Ripper. Ladies and gentlemen, after 5 days of playing, we finally have our 2 finalists. We welcome to the table, first of all, a Australian Cup winner with Europe, last year's Bucharest Open and European Open champion, Denmark's ranking, Nicky Kraus. We now welcome last year's WNT Cup MVP, twice the International Nine-Ball Open champion from Singapore, Invisibile, Aramith.
Okay, so the formalities are over. This is the final of the Jacoby Scottish Open. Players break off, or the lag off, should I say. And there it is, it's Aloysius. It's not, it's Mickey Krause, actually. There we have it. Okay. Here we have it. It's a race to 10. The Jacoby Scottish Open final. And it's Mickey Krause to break. The one in the side. And he's going to have a shot on the 2. Lost the cue ball a little bit there, so it is going to be a tester. The good news for Mickey is he really just needs to make this 2. Bring the cue ball out roughly to centre table. Straightforward shot in the 3. 4 over the middle pocket. And he's missed that by some way. So some early nerves there from Mickey Krause. Is he going to get away with it? He might be able to go cushion first on this one. Don't think he can quite see the whole of the two. He missed that one by some way, Mickey, and that's the biggest miss we've seen from him today. So although he's been on this table all day and he's been shooting some great pool, just shows form is temporary. Rail first, he's made it. And the outside spin is going to bring it round, but not quite as much as Yap would have hoped. So Aloysius Yap with a potential bank shot on here. The trouble is the cue ball is going to be coming away from the 4. So he's definitely going to attempt this bank. Great shot. Very nice. And it looks like he is straight enough where he can just draw straight back for the 5. Could push it through if he wanted to, but he's going to draw it back. Needs to watch the cue ball. He's all right, however, he's overdrawn it. And suddenly now, a straightforward shot on the 5 becomes missable. He's going to be cueing very awkwardly over this middle pocket. Slightly blind cut here. Doesn't have to do much with the cue ball though for the 6. He's all right. Played it well. Played it at such a soft pace that the pocket's going to accept the ball. Stretching a little bit. Julian Roper is going to be watching this 8 ball to make sure his shirt's not touching. Definitely didn't want to leave the 7 there. I still think he's going to be okay. Extension falling off the end of the cue. Delighted to say that David Black is now going to join me here as my co-commentator after taking some nice photos out there of the competitors, Brandon Jacoby, Elliot Sanderson and the referee.
Yeah, I've got to work on these at the same time, G, so I'm probably going to be a bit muted for most of it.
That's okay, sir.
I'll try and upload these before the end of the shift.
Yeah, that's Dave of Q-Snap Photography on Facebook. He's uploading all the photos from the event.
I think we're in for a cracker here.
Yeah, unbelievable comeback from Yap.
Yeah, that was absolutely fantastic. It looked like Van Leeuwen was going to take that every day of the week. He's been fantastic this week. Yap, he's been brilliant as well. It looked like he ran out of steam there against Van Leeuwen, and all of a sudden he's pulled it out in a hunt. He's just stepped up a gear that we thought he never had left. and won the match.
So the first one goes to Aloysius Yap. He is in great form just now, Yap. He's just winning rack after rack at the moment. Very natural for him. So race to 10 for the Scottish Open title. There's our crowd. You can't see everyone just on that photo. The crowd does go all the way around the table. As you can see on the right hand side, we do have some patrons in playing British 8-ball. But 9-ball is the real game. On the right hand side, that's our friends from America who've come over from Jacoby Custom Cues, our main sponsor. Brandon Jacoby on the right hand side, just behind the gentleman with the funny glasses.
Yeah, that's Chad Simone. He's, these guys all work for Brandon. I think one of the players here, Matthew, Chad made his cue. He recognised it when Matthew was playing it. He says, I made that cue.
Oh, that's cool.
Absolutely fantastic. And what a guy he is, what a character. He's brilliant. Good player.
And there's Fraser Patrick, the snooker player on the left hand side. You can see he competed in the tournament, had a really good tussle against Jason Shaw on this table on the first day. He'll be on his way to Telford tomorrow for the UK Open. So here we go, second rack. The one was headed towards that pocket, but it got kicked away. He's broken these really nicely. And he's got a wide open shot on the two. No major roadblocks. 5's over the pocket, so leaving the 3 to the bottom left is not going to be a problem. Perfect. Heart of the pocket. Come back across for the 3. Going to play the combination. Ideally, he's just going to leave this 3 practically inside the pocket. Doesn't want both the 3 and the 5 to drop, which on a brand new slick cloth like this one, it is possible. So he's going to hit this really gently. Mickey patiently waiting in the background. Whoa, he almost missed that. Just as I said, he was clearly thinking about the possibility of the 3 following the 5 in. And that's why he's tried to clip the edge of that 5. But he clipped such an edge that he almost missed the ball. It's a relatively straightforward bank that he's left with. But that's an unforced error from Aloysius Yap. The tricky thing about this is position to the 4. Can he just try and hold that cue ball? I think he can. He's going to hit this quite gently. And he's missed it.
He's covered it though. He's had, well, I mean, he's had a little result here. Mickey's going to have no problems getting out of this. I mean, can he just... No, he's not going to swerve in that, is he? That's...
Well, he could go through the gap between the 4 and the 9 with a little bit of right hand side. That's exactly what he's going to do.
I'm thinking, yeah.
A little bit of spin. That's all he needs. He's going to come round for the 4.
That's lovely.
In the middle. It's just stopped in its tracks though. I still fancy Mickey to go aggressive with this one into the top right hand pocket. If it goes. Yeah, I think it's just the fact that he put so much spin on that. I think that's what killed the momentum of the cue ball. No problem. No problem. And that's a cheap rack for Aloysius Yap to give away. Mickey Krause has been red hot all day. You can't afford to give him easy chances like this. And there you have it. Mickey Krause ties us up at 1-1 in the Jacoby Scottish Open. So we're coming towards the conclusion of a fantastic 5 days. What a great tournament we've had. I think a special shout has to go out to the German superstar Felix Vogel. What an amazing tournament he's had. 17 years old, and he's got to the quarterfinals. I think he just ran out of steam against Aloysius, losing 10-1, but what an amazing performance from him. And I believe Felix is going to be playing in the Jason Shaw Junior Open next year. Next week.
Next week, yes, of course. I imagine he'll be playing on the main event next year.
Well, I don't think he's... Yeah, next year. I don't think he's playing the main event this time because...
He's still got to go to school.
He's going to school tomorrow.
Yeah.
I believe he's getting a very early flight back to Germany, so he can go to school tomorrow. Wow.
That's some commitment.
How can you have that much talent at 17? It's incredible. We've actually been treated to so many of the great junior players this week. We had Mika van Berkel. We had the Ponger brothers. Riku Romprin, of course, got to the last 16 today, unfortunately losing earlier on. The pool world is in good hands. So Krause to break.
Yeah, it's certainly looking good for the future for Team Europe. There's a 9.
9 ball.
Yes, and there we go. That's how we do it.
How's about that? Mickey Krause. A quick one. After a relative gift in the last rack, he's now gotten a 9 off the break. And I have to say that was a perfect break. The 9 wasn't kicked in. He's moved the cue ball off the side rail and cut the 9 in the middle. And that's what all these players are trying to do with the break. But it's so hard to nail. But he's nailed it there. Yes, I mentioned on the chat there from Pro AVG about Ko Cheng as well. Kupo Cheng. And he's had an amazing tournament as well. He started in quite a bad way, really. He had a close game against JJ Fall, just coming over the line at 10-9. He lost 10-0 to Kachi in winners round 1. So to recover from that and get to the quarterfinals, as he did today, you've got to respect that. Jan van Lierop ended his Scottish Open 10-7. So, can Mickey Krause repeat what he just achieved? Was it the Masters a few years ago where Max Lechner, I think he got something like 3 golden breaks in the space of 4 breaks or something like that? The world went into meltdown, saying that we need to change the break rules.
Yeah, these guys suss it out though.
He's hit the 9 again, but he's not going to make it. And that really just shows you how difficult it is to make the 9, to cut it in like that.
He has half a chance at the 2 here, G. Well, no, I thought he could get round there.
I think he does, though. Listen, he's a great jump shot player.
Yeah, yes, aye.
Trying to get back for the 3 is the issue.
Do you think he should jump to the rail first?
It really depends how well you jump. You know, there's a lot of risk that goes with that, of course. It could easily go off the table.
As long as you land it, I don't know, sort of halfway between the 4 and the rail, you don't want to... I mean, it is easy enough. You don't have to elevate very high here. you're not in close proximity to the four, so you don't need a lot of elevation. You can hit this pretty shallow, which pretty much guarantees you keep the ball on the table.
So, he still doesn't have his jump cue, I don't think. Oh, he does, sorry, my apologies. I wonder what cue he uses. He doesn't have the Predator patch on anymore, so
It's an unusual joint.
isn't it? My assumption is it's with maybe a local cue manufacturer. Be interested if anyone knows.
So I think he's going to go real first here. Oh, well, just
wow.
rail and ball at the same time almost.
How good was that? What a shot.
We'll get a wee look at the replay here, Jay.
It's
Unfortunately-
absolutely perfect. It's just knocked off that rail and bumped it up table. In almost perfect shape on the 3.
Yeah, he's caught the 2 first there. That was absolutely perfect.
Outstanding. I want to know what that jump cue is. I love how Mickey Krause cues the ball. Doesn't waste any time. There's nothing worse than a player who stays down in the shot for 10 minutes taking constant feathers. Mickey just gets down and strokes it. And he puts so much into his stroke. It's beautiful to see. And when Mickey Krause catches a gear, you're in trouble. Now he's landed a little bit short here. And this now is very missable. Dave, where do you think he's going to take this one? Into the bottom left, would you say?
I think he's going to take it into the middle. He's going to cut it back into the middle.
It's a harder cut in the middle.
Off a couple of rails back up for the 8 and to the top right.
Is that what you would do?
That is what David Kadir done in the match against me. It's pretty much exactly what he done. He's not doing that though. Yeah, I mean,
Great shot.
He's just made that look incredibly easy.
Yep, again, he's just run a wee bit too far, but you can't really blame him. That was a really hard shot to judge. And I still think he's going to be out. Oh, he nearly scratched. Oh, wow, he got away with one. He got away with a big one there, Mickey Krause. The fact that he's knuckled it, he's left it in the jaws, and it's left him the perfect angle for this shot in the 9. He got away with a big one there. And he smacks that one in with authority. So, yeah, relatively fortunate. Still a nice run out, though, from Mickey. And it's 3-1. On the chat, we have Ian Topping is asking us which template is being used. This is the shark rack that's been used at the Jacoby Scottish Open this year, made by a gentleman called Shane Conroy, one of the UK 9-ball players. And it's what we use here in McGoldrick's for most of our events. And it's an excellent rack. And I was overhearing some of the top players earlier on talking about it and talking about how happy they were with it. So it's been very successful, the shark rack. So yeah, Shane Conroy is your man there. And thanks for the billiardists to confirm it's a Cooley's cue. So it's a Cooley's break cue. Oh, he's got quite the setup. It's a Cooley's break cue, Cohen playing cue, and a Quantum jump cue. I've never really heard of Quantum before. Very interesting. It's good to see these different brands.
Yeah, it's Quantum the jump cue, yeah. Quantum Leap. Is that why it's called that? Quantum Leap? Love it. What a name for a jump cue. Yeah, Graham's looking at me a bit bewildered. Doesn't know what Quantum Leap is.
I do. I used to watch it when I was younger. So, here we go. Mickey Krause for the break. 3-1 ahead. This is his Q-League's break cue. Not as good as a Jacoby. One in the side. Where's this 2 going to land? He's not going to have a shot. going behind the 9. That looks like a good shot. Yep, he's covered it. Good shot from Kraus. Or is it? I think he's covered it. Dave has now started to fiddle around with cables here in the booth. Oh dear. I can't see the screen. Yap's taking a good look at this. Yeah, I don't believe he can see this.
Right, that's that's the cable management sorted out. I'm untangled.
Is he going to have cover?
He's
not going to have cover. He's left a half chance for Mickey Kraus. H Long VN on the chat. Pockets look pretty darn tight. Well, we were speaking to Jason Shaw about that earlier on, and he has a very differing opinion. Yeah, I think these are 4 1/4 inch pockets on this Rasson Ox. Oh, what a shot. Cue ball. He's okay, but he's not going to have a shot in the 3. Could we possibly see this beautiful looking quantum jump cue again? I'd be surprised. There's definitely a gap between the 9 and the right hand rail, and that's where he's going. And he's made the 3. Great shot. Quite hard to control the cue ball when you're playing that kind of shot, so I think he's just gone all out for the pot. Now, does the 4 pass the 5? Hard to tell. He may look to put it in the opposite pocket. In the side potentially as well. There's a few different choices. He's going for the bottom right pocket. And he's missed it. That was hard. He's got away with it though. Yap's going to come to a snooker. Full ball snooker. So Yap's got the jump stick. It's a really good shot. He's left something for Kraus, but certainly not a pot. Kraus has got a chance now to hide Yap behind this 8. Oh, he's judged that really well. Oh no, he's going to flick it. Wow. He's just flicked that 4, Dave.
Yeah, I wasn't watching that,
No, you
unfortunately.
were.
Only watch it on
How's
the-
it? Why don't we shut the laptop over?
I can't because it take me hours to go through these.
Well, you've got a full week in Tilford to do it.
No, they need to be uploaded tonight, Graham. The people want to see them. Maybe not the ones of Julian and Socko, but yeah. Yeah, that was an incredible fluke.
So 6 balls the problem now. Doesn't appear to go certainly to the left-hand bottom pocket. Does it go to the right?
Yeah, that goes into the right. But
Getting on the right.
How does he get on that? He's.
Is he looking at playing into the 6 to make the 5?
I mean, he could take the 5, then just he could play safe off the 6. I don't know.
But where does he play safe?
Yeah, because he can't really get behind the 9. That middle pocket's kind of in the way. May put him off that.
Yeah, I think safety's the shot here, for me anyway. Maybe knock the 5 down to the bottom rail. That's not what he's going to do. Yeah, he's missed it. And it's... Oh, the cue ball's gone!
Yeah, he's scratched, unfortunately, and this is going to be a lot easier for Mickey to get on the 6 from here. Six does go.
How often have you been in that situation in a match, Dave, where you've put so much focus on trying to develop a ball or trying to land in a specific area, you actually forget about the pot?
Yeah, and you let your opponent in, and you're kicking yourself for the next rack.
So that now goes to the right pocket, as you can see, the right-hand the bottom.
He's still having a look at it.
The thing is, he's going to have to land short side on this 6.
Yeah.
So there's only a small area he can fall into.
I think he's happy that it pots. So
He'd rather finish low on the 6. If he finishes high, he runs the risk of running into this 8 ball. So here we go. Big judgment needed here.
That'll do nicely. That's a good shot.
Yeah, he's played that really well. So, problem solved for Mr. Kraus. And he's about to take a 4-1 lead. And suddenly, we're getting into that situation where Yap can't really afford to concede many more after this. There we go. Mickey Kraus 4-1 ahead in the final of the Jacoby Scottish Open. And capitalising on another mistake there from Aloysius Yap. Let's take a little look at how Mickey Kraus worked his way through the field. So he got a bye in the first round. Through to winners round 1, which started on the Wednesday night for him. beaten George Antonakis 10-6. And in round 2, he defeated Salvador Garcia Fernandez, the man who defeated Elliot Sanderson. Again, another 10-6. So he got off to a bit of a sticky start in the tournament by the look of things. Certainly not tearing through the field at that stage. But then it came to yesterday, where he played Victor Zielinski. 10-7. You can forgive him losing 7 racks there, considering how good Victor is. And then today he's just woken up on the right side of the bed because he's beaten Sanchez Ruiz 10-2 in the last 16. Kachi 10-2 in the quarters. And then Zielinski again for the second time in the tournament. He's beaten him 10-7. Shout out to Zielinski. He looked super sharp this morning when he played Jason Shaw. He was my pick to win the tournament. He was that good. He did not make a mistake against Jason Shaw. But clearly things didn't really go his way. Mickey Krause is even hotter than he is. So just a little break for Mickey. A bit of a tactical timeout there, you could say, at 4-1 down. Letting Yap just stew on that mistake. And you can see Yap with his arm, his hand in his face, looking a wee bit bored. So the Viking returns. Four one ahead, Mickey Krause over Aloysius Yap. The one just made it, and it looks like he may have a shot on this too. No. Thanks for that camera angle, Craig Anderson of Scottish Cuesports live streaming. Excellent camera work there. So, potential jump shot. He does have a safety as well if he comes off the right hand side. There we are, elementary jump shot, but he's not controlled the cue ball very well there. And I feel like we're going to see Yap back to the table soon. Okay, not a bad shot there. Would rather have been tight against the 7, but I think it's good enough. The 6 ball coming into play here. So he's going to try and come off the top rail here and knock the 3 down table. He's missed it altogether. And it's ball in hand for Krause. Can the 7 tie up the 6? No, it can't. So a wide open run out for Mickey Krause to go 5-1 up. Very elementary run out here for Kraus. And Yap is in a bit of trouble. We've seen him come back in the last match against Van Leeuwen. And it looks like he's going to have to do it again. There it is. 5-1 for Mickey Kraus. He does not look like he's going to miss. And of course, don't forget, this is only the warm-up event for the big one next week. The UK Open starting on Tuesday. Mickey Kraus's first match is going to be very interesting at the UK Open because he plays Barry Hearn, the chairman of Matchroom, and there's going to be a lot of people watching that. Unfortunately for you, Barry, you're playing probably one of the hottest players in Europe right now. It's going to be very interesting. Aloysius Yap, his first match is on Tuesday morning. He is playing Dimitris Tsiampanis, who qualified here at McGoldrick's. So that's going to be very, very interesting. And I think both of these guys you can definitely put down as serious contenders for the UK Open next week. Kraus, of course, has already won a major, the European Open. So here we go. Mickey Kraus breaking off. 5-1 ahead. Yap needs something to go wrong pretty soon. He's going to have a shot in the 2. And it's a great break.
Very good chance running out here. Backing up his 6 point on the board. Yeah, I think things are running away from Aloysius. We thought that at his last match against Van Leeuwen, of course. He was pretty far behind and just stepped up another gear.
I think the difference here for Yap is that he's playing against a guy, Kraus, who is not, or is certainly less likely to fall apart.
Yeah.
Van Leeuwen, I think the pressure got to him by the look of things. Much less experience Van Leeuwen in the big matches than Mickey Kraus is. Someone on the chat mentioning about Mickey Kraus playing in the Philippines. That definitely helps. So many great champions of, even if they're not Filipino, have gone to the Philippines for an extended period of time. Needs to watch this 5-ball. Got a bump on it. He's all right. Yeah, so many of these European pros, they go to the Philippines just to try and build up some of that resistance to pressure. Of course, AJ Manis was playing this tournament. We were chatting earlier on about the young hotshots that have competed at the Scottish Open this year. AJ didn't really do a whole lot in the tournament this year, but he's someone to look out for. Yeah, Kraus is really hitting them nicely. Doesn't look like missing at all. It's going to take something pretty special to stop him here.
You're a bit too quick with that button there, Graham. Someone was saying on the chat earlier, I don't know if it was earlier in the week, about someone, picture someone's sitting there with their finger over a red button. That's exactly what we have here. A red button that Graham had his finger over and got a bit excited.
Yeah, Mickey took a little bit too long on that 9 for my liking. Yeah, 6-1. Dave, do you see a way back for Yap?
Like you say, it's a different kettle of fish than it was from the last match. But he knows he can come back. He gets the chance to run a few racks off in quick succession of his own.
Dave, let's chat about you for a wee second. You are competing in the UK Open next week. You have a match on Tuesday morning, 11:30?
That's correct.
Or is it 1 o'clock? I can't remember. It's Tuesday anyway.
It's not correct. It's 1 o'clock, yeah.
Who are you playing?
Carlo Biado.
Looking forward to it?
Absolutely, yeah. I mean, I love the UK Open week. This will be my fourth one. I love it. Absolutely fantastic week. And I'll be taking photos as well at some point and uploading them after the event, not during the event. You've obviously got Taka there that he does all the main photos for Matchroom. So once the event's done, I'll get them uploaded the following week. So here we go. Rack number 8. Mickey Krause 6-1 to the good over Aloysius Yap.
How's that for a break? Perfectly spread. I mean, the box break was invented because the break was too easy for the top pros, but it's looking to me like they've worked it out. They might need to change the break again.
What would you do with the break? Would you move the
I think they've
rack?
Try
it. I mean, leave the break box, but bring the rack back down.
I think the problem is the wing ball goes too easily with the one on the spot.
Even with the break box?
Even with the break box.
Right, okay.
Because they'll find a way to manipulate the angle as if they are breaking from the side.
I mean, they're always going to find a way.
Yeah.
There's always going to be... Yeah, it doesn't take them long to work it out. It did take them long when they introduced the break box, so...
And the thing is, Dave, even if they were to shorten the break box to try and bring it into the centre a little bit more, so many of the players actually break from close to the centre. It's a hard one.
Yeah, you come close to the centre, you've got a 9 tracking for one of the corner pockets quite a bit of the time.
Yeah, that's right.
It's not a guarantee, of course, or they'd all be doing it all the time.
Excuse me, sorry.
You okay there?
I'm just choking on my pollen. Let's not forget as well, though, that we know that the pockets on this TV table are a little bit more generous than you would see next week at the UK Open. This is 4 1/4 rather than the standardised 4-inch pockets, purely because this table is actually brought in specifically for this event. Every other table here at McGoldrick's is 4 inches. So, and that definitely plays a part. Slightly bigger pockets. There we go, 7-1. Mickey Krause is on top form. And it doesn't look as if anyone's going to be able to stop him. Dave, I tell you what I'm going to check right now. There's some bookmakers in the UK that are offering odds on the UK Open. I'm going to check Mickey Krause's odds right now. And I might be tempted.
Don't check mine. Don't check mine.
Dave, unfortunately for the likes of you and I don't think odds are even offered. That's how unlikely our chances are of even winning a match in the UK Open.
Yeah, usually 500 to 1 outsiders on that. Well, I did get 250 to 1 last year.
And how did you go on?
Okay, so Mickey Krause breaking and rack number 9.
There's an interesting one on the chat. A person has just suggested ref hand racking could toughen up. Do you know what? That's a really great point. I mean, someone was asking earlier on about the Magic racks. These are Shark racks made by Shane Conroy. And I think it could well be that the Shark racks are so good that it's a consistent rack every time. But yeah, maybe there's something in that, actually. Sorry, Shane, I'm trying to do you out of some business here, but do we actually abolish the Magic racks and go to hand racking? Because we know after a couple of days' plays, the tables, they develop the little indentations, the minuscule indentations that will affect how these balls freeze together?
I've got a great idea.
Oh, no.
You're going to like this. Graham's turned his microphone off. He's not having anything to do with this. You put the one ball at the foot of the diamond. How about that?
Sorry about this, folks. Dave, just you go back to your photographs, thank you. Mr. Q-Snap Photography on Facebook.
You know folk are going to try it.
I don't really know if I'm allowed to talk about this on the stream or not. I mean, I assume I am, but looking at the odds for the UK Open Championship, 25-1 for Mickey Krause to win that. I am going to just pop a wee fiver. In fact, no, I can't because I'm playing in the event. You're not allowed to, right? Participants in the event are not allowed to bet on it. Not that it matters anyway, because I'm not playing them in the first round. No. Oh well. Just putting it out there, folks. Mickey Krause is red hot, and he's 25-1 to win the UK Open at the moment. The favourite is Joshua Filler at 8-1. Dave, I'm looking for your odds. I'm going down the list. Further.
Just start at the bottom. Wheelie Fortune trying to find it.
Further and further and further back. Dave, you're not on the odds. So that means you are literally impossible. It's impossible for you to win the UK Open next week.
Okay. Right. Yeah, Jamie's going to try it. Thanks for that, Jamie. Give that a bash. Let us know how you get on. Video it. Just talking about the one on the foot spot again.
Now, he's made a mistake of that one, Mickey. And I guess that's the issue when you're so far ahead in a match. You tend to relax. And sometimes you relax a little bit too much. And that was very careless. And this is the chance that Yap needs. And let's not forget, Yap is more than capable of putting together 4, 5, 6, 7 racks on the spin. Oh, Yap. You can't miss those chances when you're 7-1 down. Only got himself to blame. And I think that's just a little bit of coldness going into Aloysius Yap. He's been sitting in the seat for a little while now. Now, can the cue ball get through the gap? It appears that it might.
Yeah, I can just squeeze through there. It's kicking off the rail though. There we go. That is not bad at all. It's had a result there. Now, can Mickey see enough of the edge of this 2 once he jumps it? Is this potable, G?
No.
Yeah, he's a bit too close to that 3. Yeah, I'm going to say this does go.
Yeah, no, it does go, but that's not what he's going for. But he's flicked it.
Oh, I'll tell you what, it is going.
But he doesn't.
And there it is.
He doesn't have a shot in the 3, but he does have a chance to really tie him up now. Cue ball behind the 5. There it is. Great shot. He's missed that. Aloysius Yap is in danger of falling apart here, if he hasn't already. Oh, he's got a roll there. Mickey's got a roll there. Left himself in an awkward position where he had to run in to the 6 ball. But he's then run into the 8 to then throw him back into line. Nothing Yap can do about that. Listen, I think Yap's given away more than a couple of chances in this match. And that's 9 ball. Sometimes the little rubs, they will happen. And Yap will know. But Krause is steamrolling his way to the title. Okay, here we are then. 8-1 to Mickey Krause.
Taking these away too quick. I'm only halfway through these photos.
And my question to you, Dave, is...
I must get better.
Does Mickey Krause need a medical? Sorry, does Aloysius Yap need a medical to win this tournament?
He certainly needs to run a few racks off in succession. He needs to keep Mickey off the table, but unfortunately for him, Mickey is in command. He is still at the table. The way he's been running them out, I can see Aloysius sitting in his chair for the rest of this match.
I'll bet Yap has been in this situation many times before, and I bet he's come back from this type of deficit as well.
Well, he was in this situation 2 hours ago.
Not quite this situation, though. And not against a player of this calibre.
Not with the same calibre player, I'll give you that.
This might be a step too far for Mr. Yap. Well, let's not forget about Aloysius Yap. He's had a really good tournament despite what's happening in this final. Let's have a look at who he's played. So, he was into the winners round 1 to start off with. We'll go back to the pool and then I'll take you through his route afterwards. Mickey's been breaking like a dream. Oh, the 7. No, he's on the 2. And it's another great break. And that's the difference, really. When you talk about these top level players, this is the difference. They just break perfect. I thought Jason Shaw was breaking really well in the tournament when he was playing Fraser Patrick in the first round. Yeah, someone in the chat just reminding us that amazing match at the US Open where Ko Ping Chung destroyed Aloysius Yap 10-0. He didn't miss a ball in the whole match. I don't think Yap had one ball to pot in the whole match. And yes, this is McGoldrick's Pool and Sports Bar in Glasgow. This is the best pool hall in the whole of the UK. Some really fine ones in the UK, but not as good as this one. Oh, he's made a mistake here. He's made a mistake here. He's going to have to run for cover. He has not hit that soft enough. He's looking to see if the 5-8 goes. It doesn't, as far as I'm aware. It certainly isn't dead set. He can afford to go for it at 8-1 up in a race to 10. And he is, but he's missed it. As I said, it's not dead set. Has he got away with it? Oh, it's tight. Yeah, that goes. It's just come out. He's going to have to pull off some shot on this 6 though. Has Aloysius Yap got it in him to come back? 8-1 down in a race to 10. Took that away nicely. Likely to take the 7 to the middle. But if this combination's dead set, who knows? But certainly at the highest level, the players very rarely take on the combinations on the 9. You know, I said earlier on that I hope that either Mickey Krause or Victor Zielinski won the tournament, but at this stage, the way the final's gone, I'm going to start rooting for Mr. Yap. We want to see a close final. Great shot there from Yap. And that's going to do wonders for his confidence. And I wonder if that misjudgment on the 5 ball from Mickey Krause, is that going to come into play later on? It's a long way to come back. But Aloysius Yap has started his comeback. 8-2 behind in a race to 10. And Yap really needs to keep Krause in his chair. Try and cool him down a little bit. So what do you think, folks, in the chat? Do you think Yap's going to bring this back? It's a tall order, but not impossible. So looking at Yap's progress through the tournament, he also got a bye to winners round 1, where he faced Roberto Bartol. 10-5-1. You always see that in the first round, these top pros. Sometimes they just struggle through that first match. Just get the first match out of the way. And then it's really later on in the tournament, that's when they start to win convincingly. Second round wasn't convincing. He played Jan van Leerup. Isn't that very interesting? You see Mickey Kraus beat Zielinski twice in the tournament, and Jaap has done exactly the same to Van Leerup. So it was 10-7. That was on Friday in winners round 2. Through to winners qualification, it was another 10-7 against Robbie Capito. His most convincing victory happened in the quarter-final against Felix Vogel. It was a 10-1 thrashing. You just feel that Felix Vogel maybe just ran out of steam a little bit. He did beat Riku Rompinen 10-5 today as well. And then it was a 10-8 win over Jan van Leerup. So Jaap to break. Big comeback required. Oh, the touch off the 6 ball. Wow. Has that given them a shot on the 2? A little touch of fortune, perhaps. Just testing to see if he needs his extension or not. So it looks as if this 2 does go. The problem he's got is the 4 is going to block the path to the 3. So he's going to have to put a bit of mustard on this one. This is a tester. Jamie Hall has revised his prediction, made it 10-3 to Mickey. I think there's a fair chance that could happen. Dave, what do you think? Do you think Jaap's going to come back 8-2 down?
Yes.
Wouldn't that be amazing? Well,
I certainly hope so. I mean, I hope he gets close to it anyway. Would love to see a hill match here. Just hold your nerve. It's all about the break.
yeah, and Kraus has been breaking incredible. But clearly Jaap has also been breaking well. Can't get to this stage without breaking well.
Just got to keep Mickey in his seat.
So he's played for this 5. He's got a nice little angle to potentially play that 6 to the middle or the top right.
So relatively straight.
Yeah, I think he should still be okay. He can just punch it across.
The angles. You're right. That's pretty good. That's lovely. That's beautiful.
Yeah, that's the thing. If you're going to play it to the middle on these tight Rassons, certainly the middles in these Rassons are relatively tight. You want to get as close to it as possible. If he's dead straight on this 6, it means there's a very small margin for error on the 7. It's going to be queuing against the rail. I think it's going to be okay though. It's relatively straight, but it's not dead straight. I mean, it's tight against that rail though. I don't think he's going to let that bother him. Just run it through. Little bounce off the side rail and back out. Relatively long shot in the 9. Nothing that Mr. Jaap cannot handle. Hit it with authority, just to get it closer to that 9. And he's played it well. Well, Yalowicious Yap has already proved today that he's the king of the comeback. Wouldn't it be amazing if he came back in this one? So, Dave, how have you enjoyed this week then? You've been here for the majority of it.
Yeah, I've been here all week.
Is there any matches that kind of stand out in your head as being a favourite? I know you've been spending a lot of your time either in the comms box here or snapping pics for Q Snap Photography on Facebook.
Or eating food. I can't say there's any one.
I will say, I don't think there's been any major stories, actually. You know, when I think about it, like in terms of massive shocks, aside from the progress of Felix Vogel through the tournament, there's been no incredible victories, I don't think. Everyone has really won the matches that they should have won. Of course, Yap's comeback in the semi-final is magnificent. Perhaps Van Leerop, of course, getting to the semi-final. That was a big one for him. So, come on, Mr. Yap. We all want you to make a real match of this. So, he's got two back.
Yeah, that's the one that stood out for me. Riku Rompinen versus Don Kwok Hang. 10-7. I thought
Enrico
that was a
Rompinen is really
great result, putting out the reigning champ. Sorry, on you go.
Absolutely. No, of course. No, I was just going to say he must have grown about 2 feet in the last couple of months.
Yeah, absolutely.
He's a giant now. He's missed the one. He might be dry here. He's going to be dry.
And he also put out Fraser Patrick 8-1.
Oh, look at this, Dave. This is unbelievable. He's broke dry, and look at what he's left for Mickey Krause.
Oh.
Talk about killing your momentum.
Yeah, it's a bit of a roadmap, this one. But the player that's impressed me most this week has been Felix Vogel.
Yeah, I think everyone would agree with that one.
I mean, he had quite a heavy loss against Aloysius Yap. 10-1, put him out of the tournament, but fantastic. What a talent.
I think a wee shout out for Dimitris Lukatos as well. He's someone who's a very, very handy player, no doubt about it. But for him to get through in a field like this, for him to get through to the final day, I think that's a really good achievement.
Yeah, everyone that's got through on the final day, everyone's done their best. They've done really well. Great to see all the American guys coming over. Brandon Jacoby and his team.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah. All these guys gave it a good go. And yeah, some good players in there. You know, it's. I think they've really, really enjoyed their week. It's just a pity they're away. They're not going to be hanging about for the UK Open.
Oh, they're not going to the UK, no?
No, they're away back over to the States.
Ah, that's a shame. Yeah, special mention for Doris Laskowski. We were cheering her on in the first night against AJ Manis. But yeah, she's enjoyed herself, and great to see some female competitors here as well. We have had Kelly Fisher play in this tournament in the first edition, but we've not seen her back since. She's kind of changed her tournament schedule a little bit. Not so much involved with the matchroom events anymore. I think she's moved actually, hasn't she, Dave? She's moved. She used to live in Scotland, but I think she's moved back to the States by the look of things.
She lived in Dumfries. I thought she was in Asia.
Is it Asia? Okay.
Could be wrong. I could be completely wrong.
Good person, Kelly Fisher, and a great player.
Yeah.
We miss her very much at the Scottish Open.
Yeah, absolutely. I like Kelly. She's an absolutely smashing person. She's always admired her through her whole career.
That was a test there for Krause, and he passed it with flying colours. He does not look like he's going to lose this. Kuhn over the 9 a little bit. Heart of the pocket. Perfect. And Mickey Krause is on the hill to win the Scottish Open.
Yes, he certainly is. And that break there by Aloysius Yap. Yeah, you can't be breaking dry. Allow your opponent in the way your opponent's been potting.
Okay, Aloysius Yap, you cannot afford to make a mistake. He might not even get a shot, to be fair. Odds on another breaking run here for Mickey Krause? Quite likely, I would say. Well, it's been an amazing tournament anyway, folks, although the final hasn't quite turned out to be the thriller we hoped it was going to be. It has still been an amazing Scottish Open. And we're set nicely for a great week in Telford next week. The UK Open starts on Tuesday. Keep an eye out for David Black versus Carlo Biado. We wish him luck. Okay, here we are, Mickey Krause, potentially the last rack of the Scottish Open. Is he going to have a shot in the 2? It looks like it. But look at the 7 and 8. Frozen themselves together. So finally, Mr. Krause has something to think about. Got a little bit of work to do before he reaches that 7. He could attempt to break up the 7 and 8 with the 5 potentially, 5 to 6. Although that could be a little bit risky given the close proximity of the 9 to the 6 ball. He's going to try and break it up now. Oh, and he has. That is a tournament winning shot from Mickey Krause. Outstanding from the Viking. He's hit that with authority, and it's perfect. It just shows the confidence that Mickey Krause is playing with right now. Full belief in himself. He is going to have a great week at the UK Open in Telford. Look out for him. He is red hot. And you've got to feel for Barry Hearn. He is coming up against this monster, in-form monster. Best of luck to you, Mr. Barry Hearn. We hope you take a couple of racks at least. It's going to be tough. Oh, he's got into that a little bit. He's going to be fine. He's queuing off the rail just to make it that little bit harder for himself. But here we are. This is to win the Scottish Open. Congratulations, Mickey Krause. He is our champion. 2025 Jacoby Scottish Open champion Mickey Kraus from Denmark. What a performance from him. And what a way to warm up for the UK Open next week. Unlucky to Aloysius Jaap, he put in an unbelievable semi-final performance to come back against Jan van Leerop. Unfortunately for Jaap, he ran into an in-form monster. And Jamie Hall called it perfectly. 10-3 was his prediction. So, folks, thank you so much for joining us throughout the last 5 days. I can't believe it's 5 days already by this stage. It's been an outstanding tournament. Again, we've had many of the world's best players come to Glasgow on their way to the UK Open. And it's been a terrific tournament. And a big thanks to Jacoby Custom Cues for sponsoring this event. Many of Scotland's pool players play with Jacoby now. And of course, if you want a Jacoby cue of your own, you can come here to McGoldrick's. We have all sorts of different Jacoby cues. I personally own it's a jump cue, of Jacoby. The Extreme Jumper, and it's outstanding. And of course, thanks to our hosts, McGoldrick's Pool and Sports Bar, the best sports bar and pool hall in the UK. Paul Corrigan, Natasha Corrigan, thank you so much for hosting another amazing tournament. Elliot Sanderson, of course, you can see there. He's been a big part of this tournament too. Takes a lot of pride in making sure the players are having a great experience here.
Can we just get a round of applause for our runner-up, Aloysius Jaap? And our winner, the Viking, Mickey Kraus. Is it the right way though?